No, not exactly. Unfortunately, not exactly. Unfortunately, well, unfortunately, that is not exactly. Where did? Oh. Where's the music? I wanna stop it. Oh. Unfortunately, that is not exactly what happened. Unfortunately, if only Lithuania was bringing what the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, that would be a bliss. But unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, the news is a little bit less cool. Less cool and a lot more Article 5y. A lot more Article 5-ish, I don't know. It is such a bizarre story. And we're gonna talk about it, don't worry. Gonna talk about it. The bizarre story of Lithuania and Belarus. If only it meant the... that would have been so cool. That would have been so nice, but no. No, unfortunately, no. We're gonna be starting off with a game. Because as you might have noticed, my viewers are being stolen by a someone called Present Sunday. Don't worry, I have a game that I can play as warm-up. I have my warm-up game. And then we're gonna do segments, and then we're gonna finish it off by playing New Vegas. Or something. In the meantime, my stomach will be hurting. That is my fate. Oh, that is my fate. Unfortunately. Wow. Sexy for them too. Press. Continue. Wow. We're gonna play the game till more people come. How are you, Nel Shadaka? How are you? I'm smelling food. Food. Oh, classic. You again? Cześć! Cześć, cześć! Cześć! Cześć I chwała bohaterom. Cześć. I'll always practice with you. You seem happy today. I did good errands today. Although my stomach still hurts. I am happy, but I'm also, you know, I'm happy about the errands I did today. But also I'm a bit worried, so. I have to be cheerful while streaming, no? Also, I'm playing a very good game. That is always a reason to be happy. Do you know Suikoden? Do you know a game called Suikoden? Suikoden. This is done by the same team that created. I just got home from work. Obtain Faded Book, Chapter 19. What is... Oh. Oh! Wow. The stories I could be talking about my old dog I used to have. That's all the stories that I could say about my disobedient dog. I love them. Hello there, my name is Aki. Would you have guessed I used to be a traveler writer? I've all over the world. Hope your path takes you all over the wide book of world. Okay. The loading is so slow. I don't know if it's my computer or I don't know what, but... I got my new medication today. I'll be taking it on Saturday, I think. Look. It's called Dostinex. It kills the production of testosterone. Dostinex. This place will apparently serve as the Welch base for now. I'm in charge of guarding here, so you take care of somewhere else. Sure, why not? Feels a bit awkward to use an inn as a base for the watch, even though we're paying for it. Oh no, I'm not gonna be... Listen, let's compromise. I can be more giggly when we play video games, and I can be more serious when we actually go through topics. Let's agree to compromise. I used to dread aging, but it's wonderful to be in love at any age. Yeah, I do like being in love. It's wonderful to be in love when you're old like us. It's always wonderful to be in love. Love is great. There's nothing like it. Hey, don't you have a Beigoma? A what? Up ahead is the finest blacksmith in all of at least twice. I'm his apprentice. I'm still new here, so my job is to get customers. I'm gonna upgrade my weapon. I've never loved? Really? You want this one upgraded? Yes. Yay! Like in Suikoden. How many baka do I have left? Uh-oh. Like your mom or your friends? Yeah, that's a type of love as well. And it's great as well. I love my friends. Alright, we've done it like in Suikoden. Okay. This is a crowd-funded game, by the way. Just so you know, this is a crowd-fund game. It's a big city, and the older you grow, the harder it gets even to go shopping. Oh, my poor bounds. I feel you. The previous Count of Groom, Lady Peril's father, was a talented man, but he fell ill and... What? Pretty nice for a crowd-funded game, huh? Welcome, welcome. If you're after anything rune-related, come this way. I think platonic love too easy. I think I platonic love too easy sometimes when people invest concern over don't care back. I can hurt, but I guess it's better to care about others than not to even care. I think it's good to care. I think there's something noble in caring about others even if they don't necessarily reciprocate, you know? It means that you do something not just for getting something in return, you know? I can relate to that. To doing something without necessarily expecting things in return, you know? Does that make sense? You're a traveler, are you? There must be something you need. Stop but I see. Golly gee, this is the big city. Hey. Huh.
Oh!
ごめん、ちょっと急いでいて。
Yeah, I think so. I like being altruistic
そうだ、
myself.
お兄ちゃん、赤歌峠って知ってる？東の方って聞いたんだけど。
So if you're a giggler, you're definitely, you know, you wanna go in the footsteps of Lucy Hazet and be altruistic.
ねえ、知ってる？
確かにその方向に。
よーし、愛と正義の魔法少女メロールの出番だね。ありがとうお兄ちゃん。それじゃ
間もなく行っちゃったけど、赤歌峠はあんな女の子一人で行くとこじゃない。行こう。
But first, we're going places. We're gonna explore the town some more. I'm not ready to do the story yet. I'm not ready. I'm not prepared mentally. Oh, wait. Okay. Oh. I got nothing. I got nothing. I got nothing. I got nothing. I've read this book a lot already. I'll give it to you now. Thank you. Who are you? We're watching the house while our parents are away. Well, I'm ransacking your house while your parents are away. That's so horrible of me to say, but it's true. But it's true. It's horrible to say, but it's also true. It's horrible because it's true. Bow wow. This dish is the pride of our butler. I do hope you will enjoy it. I see. I enjoy this dish that I never got to try. Interesting. How fascinating. How amusing.
Hmm? なんだ？俺に用かい？
ああ、ここの警備隊に入ってくれる人を探してるんだ。
警備隊ね。名前は聞いてるが、俺には使命が。おっと。
使命？何かやることがあるってことか。
まあそういうことだ。
じゃあそれを俺が手伝うよ。その代わりに俺のことを手伝ってくれないか。
手伝う？俺が何をするか知らないのにそんなこと言っていいのかい？俺は誰かを殺すために旅してるかもしれないんだぜ。
そんな風には見えないし、そうではないんだろ。ならそれを手伝うさ。
ほう、どっちかというとそういう風に見られることが多いんだが、お前の目が節穴か王の目かってとこだな。
I think this is a character from Rising.
本当にいいんだな。どんな手伝いになってもやってもらうぜ。
ああ、何でもやるさ。あんたにとって必要なことなんだろ。
そこまで言うとは本当に面白いやつだ。今のは忘れてくれ。
I think I have an issue of action though, so I believe the righteous position but don't eventually affect them in the world a lot of the time. For example, complaining about social issues and then not paying enough time or attention to when voting is. I guess I often feel frozen by not knowing what to do about things. I don't feel capable of fixing a lot of things, and so I become a victim of learned helplessness. I think one thing you can do about it is to take things one step at a time, you know? Break everything down into smaller, simpler tasks that you can do every day, you know? And that will build your confidence to act, if that makes sense, you know? Break down your actions into simpler actions and finish those actions, and you'll feel a lot more confident, I believe. Do this, do that, do various things.
それにお前と一緒にいると面白いものが見られそうだ。よし、それじゃあ早速一緒に行こうじゃないか。
It's quite cold today for some reason. I'm feeling cold. I almost want to turn on the heater. Whatever, I'm turning on the heater. Oh wait, it's disconnected. Is it disconnected? No, I don't think it's connected. Oh, it's disconnected. Hold on. Oh. Gosh, it's cold today. Sage Lucy, thank you. Listen, I have to embark some knowledge on those streams. Otherwise, what's even the point of me, right? What's even the point of me if I my stomach hurts though. Oh yeah, let's see. Level 2. That's a lot. I don't only like your bits of knowledge though. Sometimes it's just nice to enjoy a game and chat with another human. That is true. I do like chatting with humans. I also like chatting with animals sometimes. So, you know, I like chatting with my kitty. Well, I used to like to chat with my kitty when she was alive. But it is true that I like to... You know. Eesh! He called. The coldness. It's okay, it should be getting warmer soon. I believe. I'm going to use the heater for a bit. So what do we do now? That should be fine. Mm.
あそこ。
兵士さん、聞きたいことがあるの。
何？
なんでしょう。
東ってどっち？赤歌峠ってのがそっちにあるの。
それは。
それは。
わかった。ありがとう。それじゃ改めて出動。
もう行っちゃった。早く追いかけないと。
Where am I going? I don't think I've ever been one to talk at pets a lot, but sometimes I get into mental discussions with figments of my imagination, like hypothetical conversation with people I've met or characters or whatever. I'm pretty sure almost everybody does that actually. People will say they don't, but speaking with yourself is like a very... Yeah. You know? It's not uncommon. It's not as uncommon as you may think. Having hypothetical conversations in your mind, thinking about scenarios. It's all a lot more common than you might think. These are things that people do, sort of, you know? It's actually not weird at all. What am I supposed to do?
よしはい
I think I need to.
これで終わり。
こんなもんさ
I think I need to switch. Dude, it's weird when people confess to not being capable of imagining objects in detail or not having a mental voice or stream of thought. Literally, what is going on in their heads and don't understand. You know, people are different. I think it's important to meet people where they are, you know? If that makes sense. It's important to meet people where they are and understand that we are all different. And that's okay. It's perfectly fine.
いざ勝負。
いいぞ、勝負! Oh, I knew it. That works.
さあスタート
はいはい
食らえ。これで終わり。
楽勝
経験が力になるのさ。
Oh, that's it. This is it. I wish I could experience the world through the brains of others. That is an interesting thought, isn't it?
よしよしやっと見つけたよこんなところを隠れ家にするなんて狡猾なやつなんだね
True!
でもこの正義の魔法少女メロールはお見通しなんだから
True!
お兄ちゃんたち何者
何者?
もしかして悪の手下うんなんだか悪そうな人たちだ
Wow.
だったら改心させちゃうよ
悪の手下
地域の平和を脅かすのはこの私がルーンの光に導かれてやってきた愛と正義の魔法少女メロール
I think this one's also from Rising. Yeah, she's from Rising.
えちょっと
先手必勝マジカルキューティーショットごめんなさい人を見かけで判断しちゃダメだよね反省する
And what happened?
そんなに悪そうだったかな
それでお兄ちゃんはなんでここに
Wait, you can see the game, right? Yes. I made a mistake yesterday when I just didn't show the game at all.
ああエルティスワイスで君のことを見かけこの赤歌峠は前に任務で来たことがあるけど元は山賊の砦があった場所で今はモンスターが出るようになっている君みたいな女の子が一人で来るような場所じゃない
それで追いかけてきてくれたんだ名前も知らないのに
いや名前はあの時も大声で言ってたし
True. She chose it.
そっかわかったお兄ちゃんがとってもいい人だってそれじゃあお兄ちゃんたちの警備隊ってのは正義のチームってことだね
一応そういうことになるかな
Oh, that's okay.
それじゃあこういうことだね愛と正義の魔法少女とノアのお兄ちゃんの正義チームとでタッグを組んで戦うってことだ
It's bold. I like it.
ちょっと待った俺は君を止めに来たんだそれに戦うって
ここには恐ろしいモンスターが救ってるってそれもただのモンスターじゃない 放っておいたら恐ろしいことになる魔力を秘めたモンスターが、それを倒すためにここまで来たの。
それを一人で？
何回失敗しようと立ち上がって前を向く、それが真の魔法少女ってものなんだよ。
わかった。それじゃあそのモンスター退治に参加するよ。
愛と正義のタッグチームだよ。それじゃあ早速行くよ。
Wait. Didn't. Oh. Oh, not joining the team. I cannot change the equipment. Well, now we've got more characters. It's just two. It's just two, right? Yeah, of course. It's okay. I'm used to it. President Sunday saw all of my viewers. But it's okay. It's okay if it's just the two of us. You're a real fan of good games. Listen. Not every day you can get million viewers. Even a single viewer is a treasure, as I like to say. This game's really good. You should get it. You should get this game. People choose drama over this cool game. How disappointing that people should choose drama. And you know, it is what it is. And what it is, it is. Yes, I'm not sure I'm making sense. Tadaima Sanjo. Streamer drama is blah, that's right. That's why I don't participate. I'm a drama-free streamer. I don't drama. Ever. In my life. The Ellen DeGeneres thing was not drama, okay? It was not. It was, not. Oh. Level up. We're gonna play this, and then we're gonna do a few segments, and then we're gonna play New Vegas. So many things. My stream yesterday was so short that I feel like I had to make it up to you. I have to make it up to you, even though you were not here. But yesterday's stream was very short, so I have to make it up to you in particular.
肩慣らしにもならんな。さて、覚悟しなよ。
I should heal, probably. Oh yeah, I should heal. There you go. 話にならない。なりません。I should. I didn't see this available. I feel like a guest of honor. You are a guest of honor. You don't just feel like it. You are. At this little stream, you are a guest of honor, a precious viewer.
さあ、行くよ。
Let me see. Rune Lens. I've been waiting for this game for so long. The spiritual successor to Suikoden, which is based on a Chinese novel about 108 bandits that decided to rebel against the government, or something like that. Classic literature. The water sword something tale.
これで勝ちだ。刀の錆にもなれしね。強くなった。
You know, me being the NCR girl for life, I think I'm gonna get the NCR to restore law in Prim. Does that sound good? Does that sound good? Do we want the NCR to restore law in Prim? Or what? Is this what we want for the future of our children?
さあ来い。
That's right. I usually choose that one power ganger guy who was a sheriff, so I haven't seen the other sheriff options. Well, you're gonna see the NCR option. We're gonna see the NCR option, the only correct option.
まだ見つからないな。
なあメロール、本当にその魔力を秘めた恐ろしいモンスターってのいるのか？
That's rude. That is so rude.
もちろん昔一緒に戦った人から聞いた情報なんだから。
誰かの依頼ってわけじゃないのか？
違うよ。でもみんなが困っちゃうようなことになる前に、この愛と正義の魔法少女メロールが悪を倒すんだよ。
勝手に？
もちろん人知れず悪と戦うことになっても、それが魔法少女の使命だもの。
Wow.
それにノアのお兄ちゃんだってそうでしょ？
え？
誰にも頼まれてないのに私のこと心配して追っかけてくれたもん。
Uh-oh.
一目見た時にこれは正義の心を持った人だって分かったよ。
I see. You attacked me.
悪の手先って？
先へ行くよノアのお兄ちゃん。一緒に愛と正義を広めるんだよ。
なんだかリーンに似てる。
さあ行くよ。
See, I feel like I might have to heal again soon.
おりゃ
I don't have a healer anymore. Oh, let me see. There's no healer here anymore. Oh.
これでどうだ。
おりゃ
マジカルキューティーシャッター。
あらとどめ刀のサビにもなれし
That's
ね
what I get for not doing drama
な
about
っ
it.
ちゃった。
But legendary crowdfunded games. Crowdfunded games. Crowdfunded games. Ugh. What happens? What happens? Baka. A couple of hundred of bakas. You're getting them. Hello, hello, fellow new viewers who are here to witness this legendary crowd-funded game.
Yo, これでどうだ。
おりゃ
はいはい。
どうだ
やっ。
Powder Ganger. We're no fan of Powder Gangers here.
みんなやったぞ
Powder gangers are off
楽
limits.
勝
いいね。
Get out of here, powder gangers. Get. Rune of magic. I suppose I'm gonna have to. Oh, wait. What is your equipment, Chief? Oh, I thought so. Yeah, I thought so. I suspected from the beginning. Your equipment sucked.
さあ来い
Oh, zero loading. Oh, wow.
そら来いよ。
A lot of enemies. Well, the guy wasn't technically a powder ganger, but was being held in the same prison in the gang formed in. Forget what the NCR locked him up for. A dubious murder case or something, I don't... Listen, if you are arrested by the NCR, they must have had a good reason. The NCR is justice. Remember that. They're just and good. The NCR are good and just. And I certainly hope nothing bad will happen to them. Must have been a bad guy. If the NCR arrested him, he must have been a bad guy. That must have been the case.
えいやせいや
刀の錆にもなれしね。
It's not mid. How can you say that such things? How can you say such things about the NCR? How can you say such things? I'm not happy with the language that I'm hearing, or rather reading, right now. I'm not sure I appreciate your tongue. Or tone. Your tongue. Your tone. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh darn.
これは魔力を感じるよ
Boss fight time.
もしかして言ってた怪物って
Hi.
うん絶対にそうだ
You have slandered. That's right. You have slandered the NCR. I'm cold. Hey. Oh. Oh my god. A giant freakish mole.
行くよお兄ちゃんちゃんと覚えてるよね
ああ任せておけ
みんなの平和を脅かす悪い怪物を許さない
Damn.
ルーンの光に導かれてやってきた愛と正義の魔法少女メロールただいま参上だよ
正義の心で悪を打つルーンの光に導かれてやってきた警備隊の戦士ノアただいま参上だこれで合ってる
最高に合ってるそれじゃあここで秘密兵器マジカルプリティグリモワール
Listen, I'm playing the game for the first time basically, so I don't know what you're talking about.
冊。
お兄ちゃん、あの魔導書を使って正義の魔法少女に力を貸してくれるんだよ。
2冊あるの？
あの化け物がいる方の魔導書を使おう。それで大丈夫だよ、多分。
Oh, okay.
多分？
Taboo.
正義の心を信じてよ、ノアのお兄ちゃん。
True. Believe in yourself. For once in your life.
隠れちゃった。 正
Oh.
義の勘であいつが出てくる方を当てて。
そら来いよ。ガードだ。
マジカルホーリーシールだ。
これを食らえ。
いっけー、マジカルラブリージャスティスハンマー。愛と正
Oh,
義
wow.
のお仕置きだよ。
The enemy is stunned.
そら来いよ。ガードだ。
マジカルホーリーシールだ。
こいつで。
いっけー、マジカルラブリージャスティスハンマー。
Oh, it
正
missed.
義の勘を働かせて。
そんなこと言われても。
見え見えだ。
まずいな。気をつけろ。
I don't like this fight. Campus, listen, don't spoil the game for me. Wow, okay. Don't spoil the game for me.
ガードだ。
I'm gonna play it on stream, don't spoil it.
こいつで。
いっけー、マジカルラブリージャスティスハンマー。正義の勘を働かせて。
Okay, 3 times the charm.
そんなこと言われても。
I do not like this fight. Yeah, exactly. Don't spoil the game.
これを食らえ。
いっけー、マジカルラブリ
Okay,
ー
this
ジャ
is
スティ
getting
スハンマー。
annoying.
正義の勘を働かせて。
I already changed position, not the same all the time.
あいよ。今助ける。
はい、行くよ。
Okay.
そら来いよ。ガードだ。
マジカルホーリーシールだ。
Okay.
これを
That's
食ら
silly.
え。
いっけー、マジカルラブリージャスティスハンマー。
Really? That's
愛
the
と正
fight?
義のお仕置きだよ。
Me doing this? Well, that's okay.
助ける。借りができちまったな。行くぞ。
Okay. Hey, side question. What's your character a female? I forget. Just as the region.
マジカルラブリージャスティスハンマー。正義の勘を働かせて。
これでそんなこと言われ
Yes.
ても
My character is a woman.
こいつが必要。しっかりしろ。
ありがとう。トウ。
My character is a woman. Yes.
こいつで
いけ。マジカルラブリージャスティスハンマー。
What?
正義の勘を働かせて。
そんなこと言われても。
くらえ。
マジカルキューティーシャッター。
気をつけろ。
これでどう？いけ。
There we go.
マジカルラ
Boom.
ブリージャスティスハンマー。愛と正義のお仕置きだよ。行くよ、ノア君。
了解。
任せなさい。
こいつが必要。しっかりしろ。
ありがとう。
What happened? Uh-oh. Yes.
これを食らえ。
Kurai.
マジカルラブリージャスティスハンマー。正義の勘を働かせ
Why
て。
is it so cold today?
そんなこと言われても。
おりゃ。
Uh-oh.
マジカルキューティーシャッター。
That's a boss, I guess.
まずいな。
A legit boss. Okay.
これを食らえ。
Oh no.
マジ
I'm
カ
gonna
ルラ
miss.
ブリージャスティスハンマー。正義の勘を働かせて。
そんなこと言われても。
こいつが必要。しっかりしろ。
It's fine.
マジカルキューティーシャッター。
I am almost out of the healing herbs. So that's a problem.
こいつで。
Keep avoiding
マ
my
ジカルラブリージ
from attack.
正義の勘を働かせて。
そんなこと言われても。
マジカルキューティーシャッター。やばいよやばいよ。
こいつが必要か。
はい、行くよ。
Hold on. Oh my god. That is so annoying.
マジカルラブリージャスティスハンマー。
Oh wow.
正義の勘を働かせて。
そんなこと言われても。
こいつが必要。しっかりしろ。
マジカルファイリング。
All right. Finally, we got him.
マジ
We
カ
got
ルラ
him.
ブリージャスティス
We want him.
愛と正義のお仕置きだよ。
こいつが必要。しっかりしろ。
マジカルキューティーシャッター。
さあ行くぜ。
Yeah, better heal. Wow. I wasted all of my items. Tougher than I thought.
これを食らえ。
マジカルラブリージャスティスハンマー。愛と正義のお仕置きだよ。レンズよ。この一撃で。
Is he dead? Yes! Die! Ugly mole.
いっちょ上がり。
How much experience? Not even a level up. Wow. Wow. That's disappointing. 勝ちましたね。
愛と正義の勝利。で、これで終わった？
あのモンスターも倒したし、魔導書もちゃんと使えたし。これで悪の魔力が溢れ出してみんなが困ることにはならないよ。ありがとう、ノアのお兄ちゃん。
それならよかった。
そうだ。それじゃあお礼にメロールもお兄ちゃんのことを手伝ってあげるよ。
え？
お兄ちゃんの正義のチーム警備隊って言ったよね。それを手伝ってあげるよ。
警備隊。
魔法少女の使命も果たせそうだし。
いいのか？
いいんです。
正義のために。
おお。She's from Rising.
ねえメロール、一つ質問があるんだけど。
何？
魔法少女って何？魔法使いとは違うのか？
全然違うよ。魔法少女っていうのはね、愛と正義のためにね。
Oh. It just brought me back to the entrance. How much money have I got? Not a lot, actually. Speaking of, better level up. I'm disappointed because on the PS4 I bought Creators Club DLC for Fallout 4, but I have.
さあ
But
来い
oh, you do? It's too bad you just cannot transfer those things from the PS4 to the PC, right?
刀のサビにもなりゃしねえ。
Like,
強くなった
too bad that if you own a game that you cannot just own it on all the platforms. Sort of, you know. I mean, you already bought it from the company, so you should be able to just sort of transfer it, in my opinion. That should be a thing. It should totally be a thing. Oh. I like the animation more in Suikoden. I like your opinion. It's true. It should be like this. It is like that with some games. With Final Fantasy 4, no. I think you had to pay. Like, you should just be able to transfer and own the thing across the platforms once you pay the company once. That should be a thing. Let's go to the end. I don't know why I'm feeling so sleepy right now. Oof. I've toured through the entirety of Warsaw or something.
お休みになる
To... Oh, I had to go to so many places actually. To that one place, to that other place. Oh yeah, to get the thing. And then I had to get the medication. The medication. And I keep taking that heavy bag with me for some reason. I keep taking a super heavy bag with me wherever I go. Instead of being light and brisk, I take a bag with 100 books with me, and I don't know, no wonder I'm exhausted. I keep walking to places and I keep taking a heavy bag with me. I don't know why. Why would I do that? Why? Why do that to yourself? It's not a smart move. It's not a smart thing to do. You know? I'm not being very smart about this. That's life. Life's not always about being smart.
愛と正義の魔法少女メロール。
Sometimes life is about being the opposite. It's fine. I bought magazines today. I have to read them.
そうだ。ほらよ。
One is a historical
こ
magazine.
んなもんさ。
I have quite a few of them. I have to read them. One is about Ukraine, one is about Hungary, one is about the peasants. The peasant magazine. I have to read them. Unlike in Fallout New Vegas, reading magazines gives you knowledge permanently, not just temporarily. This village is a real melting pot. After all, it's at the crossroads of all kinds of places. Make yourself at home. I will make myself at home. Even if you don't want me to. Where are you from, traveler? I've come to trade from the eastern desert. The she aircraft of the shark. I see. I understand what you mean. This is unfair then. We've planted flowers to make the place pretty. After all, there's no place like home and it should be beautiful. You're right, old man. Okay. Rude. Who are you? Who the hell are you?
やあ、いらっしゃい。今日は獲物が多くてね。何がご入り用だい？おお、初顔だね。俺は漁師を生業としているものさ。
I see.
名前はクロト。このボウガンは長い年月を共にしてきた相棒だ。そこいらのエルフより正確に獲物を射抜けるぞ。
I see.
すごいな。
It's pretty... Yeah, bragging.
待て待て。わかるさ。おまけに。なんだかでかいことをやろうとしているな。
How did you know? I mean, being in the guard is not such a big deal, but how did you know nonetheless? Wait, oh my god. Of course. I hate this so much. Cable just disconnected.
Oh.
Don't switch. Jesus.
何警戒するな。長い
Keen
こと漁
sense
師
of
をやっている
smell.
と鼻が利くようにな
Oh
るんださ。
no.
それこそ些細な変化を嗅ぎ取れるくらいには。
Damn.
実は協力してくれる仲間を探しているんだ。
だろうな。俺を引き入れたいんだろ。何年か前にも似たようなことがあったよ。けど強引に腕試しを考えているようならやめておけ。ボウガンで俺にかなうやつなんていやしないさ。
どうしたら認めてくれる？
引かないってことはそれなりの理由がありそうだな。
I see.
そうだな。ワイルドボアを3頭買ってこい。場所は東へ行った赤歌峠さ。
Really? I have to go back there again? Again to the same place? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. There you go. Let's go to that place and hunt free boars, I guess. Oh my god. Again! The same place. This is starting to be annoying. Unironically annoying. We're gonna be starting a segment soon, don't worry. We're not going to be in Annoyingsville forever. We're doing errands.
さあ来い。さあどう。
これでとふわっ。
刀なしにもならんな。
Blech. What is this game? It's a Eiyuden Chronicle. It's a crowd-funded game. A spiritual successor to Suikoden. A really nice game. I've been waiting for this game for so long. You don't even know. You don't even know how long I've been waiting for this game. And now it's here. The successor to Suikoden.
さて、覚悟しなよ。
よし。
はいはい。
くらえ。
Kurae!
ほら、とどめ。
刀のサビにもなれしね。
True.
また強くなっちゃった？
Hi. Mata tsuyoku narimashita. Okay, we're hunting free boars here, I guess. Oh? It seems like the thing renewed. Maybe I should play it on stream. I have so many games to play on stream. Let's focus just on a few and at least finish them. We're playing this game and New Vegas. And we also have to do segments. We also have to do history. We also have to do so many things. Listen. It's really bad of me because I promised that today's stream will be super long. But I already feel so sleepy. That is what you call a dilemma. You know? That is what we call a dilemma. I'll be right back. There might be dinner for me. Already releases this fall. That's great. I'll be right back. Because I need to see if there's food. If there's food for me. What? Rat. Oh. Uh-oh. I got my food. There's food. Yes. It's cold, but it's food. Oh my gosh. My finger hurts me today. Finger hurt. Ugh. All those original produce were reimbursed. Yeah. Vampires are Slavic things. You should watch Timothy Snyder lecture about it. Where are the bars?
あたーあたー
おりゃ
悪は滅びるの正義の大勝利ね
My stomach still hurts.
魔法少女
Might have to grab my own too. Bon appetit. There would be no Western vampires without Eastern Europe. Or maybe by Western vampires you actually mean Eastern Europe, because from your perspective, Eastern Europe is the West as well.
さあ行くよ
Which just shows that everything's relative.
えいや
Doesn't it?
どうだせっ
これで勝ちだこんなもんさ
This keeps up, so I might actually have to go to a doctor. I can be just in pain forever. Even if it's stress induced. It's been like wait, what is he playing? What is he playing? Let's go. Let's check. Oh wow. Oh wow. How long has your stomach been feeling bad? 11 days. 11 days now. I think it's been 11 or 12 days since the 13th or 4. No, it's been 12 days since the. Yeah. It's been a while. 12 days. Or something. Oh, boar. Ouch. I mean, compared to like Chinese vampires. Listen, all vampires are derived from Eastern Europe, where the concept was originated. Vampire i gule. Strzygi. Strzygi, don't forget about those. Strzygi. Very slowly. It's getting better, but it's a matter of stress, I think. I've had this sort of thing before. I think I've hunted more than 3 bars. Very slow.
さあ行くよ。
さあどう
あきた。えいやっ
どうだ。
やっ
ほらとどめ。
こんなもんさ。
Was it 10 years ago? There's an annoyance. Oh,
愛と正義の魔法少女メロール、ただいま参上だよ。
ふっさあ
これでどうだ。
くらえ。刀の錆にもなれしねえ。
okay, we're out of here. I'm having a chicken masala with chick. Wow. That sounds good. Very good. Oh wait, what do you do here? Oh, you can fish. Oh. Well, never mind then. Well, at least I know you can fish.
愛と正義の魔法少女メロール、ただいま参上だよ。
ふっさあ
やった
くらえ。
やっ
これで終わり。刀の錆にもなれしねえ。
愛と正義の魔法少女メロール、ただいま参上だよ。
やっはっ
ほちゃーほちゃー
どうだ。
とマジカルシュート。正義に大勝利ね。
Okay, let's go. Let's see if I manage to hunt free boars. I believe that should count as hunting free boars. It should. It doesn't. That's the question. Okay. Alright, let's do this. Crowdfunded games are pretty great. That's right.
その汚ねえ面ボコボコにすっぞ。
なんだなんだ。チンピラの喧嘩か。
あれ
あら、こんにちは。
なんかすごい声が聞こえたような。大丈夫か。
I bet it's this person.
あらあら、まあまあ。初対面なのにご心配いただけるなんて。あなたはとてもお優しいお方なのですね。
Hi.
私はフランチェスカ。あなたのお名前を伺っても？
True.
俺は警備隊のノアだ。
まあ、そうでしたか。警備隊。そうですね。これも何かのご縁ですね。
Mm-hmm.
私、回復の魔法が取り扱います。どうでしょう。私もその一員にしていただけませんか？
Yes, yes, yes.
兄貴、こいつっすよ。ちょっと声かけただけだってのに。
そうは見えねえが。そうか。おい、ジョーちゃん。うちのが世話になったみたいだな。ちょっと向こうで話そうか。
大丈夫、大丈夫。言いたいことなんてしないからな。へへ。
Wow.
なんだお前らは。フランチェスカ、下がっていて。ここは俺が。
あら、ノア様。会ったばかりの私を守ってくださるなんてお優しいのですね。
誰でもそうするよ。
悲しいかな。そうとも言えないのが、この方々は何か勘違いをされているのか。ノア様、ここは私にお任せ。
何をする気だい？こいつらについていくなんてことはさせないよ。
Like, what is the gang doing? Is there a vampire? I don't think there is a vampire yet. But there probably will be a vampire in this game. And the gang is trying to pick on this girl.
ご心配なく。私は人々を癒すヒーラー。話し合いにてすさんだ心も鎮めることができます。少し見ていてくださいませ。
てめえらふざけんじゃねえぞ。さっきはくっそ汚ねえ手で触りやがって。やっぱり仕置きが必要だな。
I knew it.
ったくよ。おい、さっき言ったよな。その汚ねえ面ボコボコにするってよ。耳詰まってて聞こえなかったか？いいか、もう一回叩き込んでやるぞ。おめえらに興味なんかねえんだよ。次姿見せたらぶっ殺すからな。ほら、うせな。
True.
はい。
ノア様、大変お待たせしました。さっきのお話の続きですよね。私、フランチェスカ、回復魔法しか取り柄がないのですが、お仲間にしていただけますか？
You have a place with us.
これからよろしく。
ええ、よろしくお願いします、ノア様。
Yay! A healer. Perfect. The team is full. But we need to get that crossbow guy.
Oh, もう行ってきたのか？しっかり買ってきたようだな。
Yes.
ワイルドボアは気性が荒いってのに大した腕前じゃないか。
Yes.
じゃあ。
まあその前にちょっと話をさせてくれや。
Okay.
俺はな、この村の子供たちが好きなんだ。 父親の気分っていうのかな。成長していく姿を眺めるのが好きでさ。
Okay.
「子供たちはゆっくりゆっくりだけど、それこそ確実に成長する。でも匂いがするんだ。これから何かが起こるってな。ここ最近遠くの風が運んできたんだ。鍵間違いだったらよかったんだが、あんたが来てから確信に変わったよ。それがいずれこの村への脅威にもなる。それが子供たちを傷つけるかもしれないなら、あんたに協力することにするさ。
Perfect.
ああ、よろしく頼む。
We've recruited quite a few people. Empty. There's just nothing here. Okay, we're gonna finish playing soon. Squeak! And we're gonna do a segment or two, or three. And we're gonna play New Vegas. Maybe. I don't feel that good. I gotta check something. Mute. Oh damn. What's been... Why is it freeze? What is this? Who's this? What's this? Oh, failed again. They keep turning into hotcakes for some reason. Back to square one. What does that mean? I'm waiting for my wife to finish cooking, but I'm getting a little peckish. Pecco, pecco. Hep, 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 hep. Wow. Hep, 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 hep. Okay, we're gonna finish the game for now. Not too bad. And now we're gonna do a thing. rabbit and bear. Quit the game. Oof. Oh, okay. Let's get into things. There's let me see. Uh oh, hold on. Holy crap, wait, hold on. What is this? There's been a response already? Jesus. Okay, let's get through to the news. This is big news and nobody's talking about it for some reason. Well, I'm gonna talk about it. Okay. So oh, I'm gonna get myself prepared. I'm gonna get myself prepared. Hold on. I need mental preparation. And by mental preparation, I mean I have to comb my hair. These are like the things that I need to do mandatory. Oh, I have to take HRT. Hold on, I'll be right back. Then we're gonna do the segment. Oh, I'm muted. How long have I been muted? I have to check. Now I have to check myself. If not, then I'm
でも
going to have
匂
to
いがするん
restart
だ。
this whole thing.
これから何かが起こるってな。ここ最
Oh, I'm muted. How long? I muted myself again. What am I doing? What is life? It's fine. I can just restart again. I can just say all of these things again. So, I'm hiding this. Belarus. Belarus, the country that is what Russia wanted Ukraine to be in 2014 during the Euromaidan. Everybody who took part in Euromaidan, or at least many people who took part in the Euromaidan, understood that what Russia actually wanted was to make a second Belarus out of Ukraine. And what that means that Ukraine, much as Belarus would be totally subservient to Russia, that the government would be stooges for Russia, that Ukraine would listen to every order of Russia, and of course that the regime would be totally dependent on for its existence on Russia, just as the Belarusian regime depends on Russia to exist. And also, Russia wants to totally incorporate Belarus into Russia sooner or later, which sort of puts a question mark above Lukashenko's rule, which means that Lukashenko will sort of wants the conflict to drag out for as long as possible. That is the gist of it. And of course, without Russia's support, Lukashenko's regime, because there are two ways of saying the surname, and there are arguments on which one is correct. So without Russia, Lukashenko's regime would not exist. Lukashenko's regime would have fallen a long time ago without the help of Russia, without the support, quote unquote, in Russia, which of course in reality is just subjugation. It's just subservience. As much as in the past Lukashenko has tried to balance between East and the West to sort of be able to have some sort of leverage in talking with Putin, this is right now pretty much no longer the case. Right now, the West is very antagonistic to Belarus, thanks to Belarus itself, especially Poland. Poland-Belarus relationship is worse than ever. It's worse than it has ever been, and it's all because of, well, Belarus policy towards Poland. So we have new development when it comes to Belarus, and that is, and we can speculate what it means, we can speculate about the reasons, we can speculate about it, sort of about what happened, but allegedly Belarus claims that Lithuania has attacked Belarus's capital, and not only capital, with drones. Belarus claims that it has defended itself from a Lithuanian drone strike, which creates a lot of questions. Why would Lithuania, a NATO country, attack Belarus with drones? why would a NATO country, and keep in mind, NATO and the broader West has been doing all it could to not escalate the situation in Ukraine. Belarus is a close ally to Russia, to put it lightly. In reality, it's just the dog of Russia. It's being prepared to be completely incorporated. But that is a form of escalation as well that a NATO country would just not want to do. Okay? Which is what makes this whole theory, in my opinion, nonsensical. Why avoid all the escalation just to attack Belarus? Right? It makes absolutely no sense. And of course, Lithuania completely rejects or even mocks the idea that it would attack Belarus like this. To which Lukashenko himself in a recent meeting has said they, without specifying who the they are, if they even dare to step one foot into Belarus, we will respond with all the means in our disposal, including Russian means. So it feels like this sort of strange escalatory provocation from Belarus. But to what end? What would Belarus stand to gain from doing something like this? And of course, the other question is, like, I mean, the one explanation is that just Belarus is doing this to gauge the response from the West and Lithuania itself, like to sort of see the reaction, to see if this sort of accusation can be just levied. Like, I mean, we cannot know 100%. Like, I cannot know 100%. But it just feels so far-fetched that Lithuania would attack Belarus with drones. It just feels like such a far-fetched story. And now, with this repeated sort of intro out of the way, we can read the article about it. Belarus claims it prevented drone attacks from Lithuania. Vilnius rejects the allegation. It makes perfect sense for Vilnius to just reject the allegation. Tallinn, Estonia, a top security official in Belarus, claimed Thursday that the country has prevented attempted drone strikes from Lithuania, targeting the Belarusian capital and surrounding areas. Lithuania denied the claim. Like, just while it is true that I cannot make any definitive claims about this, it remains a fact that it just makes absolutely no sense for Lithuania to do something like this. Hello, Jack. Is that how I read your name? Jack or Yak? Welcome to the stream. They probably didn't attack Belarus. They probably want to open another front to draw resources and support from Ukraine. The problem with this is that in this case, if Belarus would open a different front, it would be a front against the entirety of NATO. That I just don't see any sense of that, you know? Like, why would Belarus want to open up a front against the entirety of NATO? Belarus is not that strong on its own. Belarus is actually on its own very, very weak. Especially without Russian support. And Russia is pretty tied up in Ukraine, you know? Like, Belarus does not have the raw strength to divert many resources away from Ukraine. Especially when it takes on the entirety of NATO. Because remember, Lithuania at the end of the day is also a member of NATO. So should Belarus do anything against Lithuania, Article 5 would be triggered. And I'm not sure if Belarus, which is connected to Russia, let's be honest, should want to have a full-scale war against NATO. There's of course as well the issue of the nuclear warheads that are being deployed in Belarus as well. It's a mess. It's what a situation all of a sudden. And nobody's talking about it, I've noticed. No Ukraine commenters are talking about this strange claim by Belarus that Lithuania has attacked it. I've noticed that it's not really on the agenda of any of Ukraine war commenters, which I find strange. Ivan Tertel, head of the Belarusian Committee for State Security KGB, told a session of the All Belarusian People's Assembly that his and other agencies recently carried out security operations which made it possible to prevent attacks by combat drones from the territory of Lithuania on objects in Minsk and its suburbs. He did not present evidence for the claim or give any details, which this already makes me feel like it's probably bullshit. Like whenever I who's Nip Repper? I don't know that creator. Also, are you new to my stream or have you been here before? Also, can you tell me who Nip Repper is? So this part makes me really think that it's probably not true. You know, whenever a party comes out with a really strong claim, right? And presents zero evidence, zero anything, that just makes me automatically skeptical, right? Like, I'm not gonna make definitive claims as to what happened, but this sort of thing makes me skeptical. This sort of things makes me sort of automatically doubt that the Belarusian side has any merit in its claims. Because if you have a really big claim, you should be able to present any sort of evidence for that claim, right? That should be obvious. It's basically like the whole Ukraine did the terrorist attack on Russia, right? When Russia kept claiming that it was Ukraine without any evidence, without presenting any evidence ever. Like, first it was the supposedly Ukrainian car, which was not Ukrainian, the license plates. Then that the terrorists wanted to escape to Ukraine when Lukashenko sort of did a whoopsie and said actually they wanted to run away to Belarus first. Then Russia started alluding to some cryptocurrency transactions coming from Ukraine, which they've never provided any evidence. And that automatically weakens the claim in my eyes. Oh. Well, I hope you enjoy yourself. Hope you enjoy yourself. I guess I should introduce myself. I'll probably edit out this introduction. I am Lucy Haze. I am the biggest Polish Jewish trans streamer. And I talk about history. I talk about politics. I cover Ukraine a lot. I cover the Ukraine war, which probably makes sense considering that I'm in Poland, and Poland is, let's just say, Poland has a big interest in this conflict, especially since more and more often I keep hearing from Polish politicians that Poland should prepare for war. So even President Zelensky has recently said that should Ukraine lose, Poland will be next. So here we have it. So I hope you're enjoying yourself. I hope you are enjoying my commentary. And without further ado, let's continue. So, as I've just said, no evidence, very weak claim. I'm just gonna be skeptical, even if I won't make a definite statement one way or the other. No evidence. He also said that radicals in Lithuania and Poland are producing drones to attack Belarus. Now, this, again, this is a strong claim. Lithuania and Poland are cooperating in producing drones to attack Belarus. Another very strong claim without any sort of evidence. Right? Strong, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. It just makes sense. But there is none. It's basically, in my eyes, on the same level. The sort of accusation, in my eyes, is on the same level as the accusation that Russia has been making since the beginning of the war, that Poland at any moment now will just invade Ukraine and annex Western Ukraine, like Lviv, etc. It's just baseless accusations. Baseless because it has no basis in any sort of evidence. Right? Yeah. Hold on. Excuse me. Poland and Lithuania. It just makes absolutely no sense. The All Belarusian People's Assembly includes officials, members of local councils, unions, and pro-government activists, and operates in parallel with the parliament. Lithuanian military spokesman Gintautas Tunis told journalists later Thursday that Tertel's claims were not true. This is nonsense. I can't find another word, Tunis said. I mean, yeah. It's that those are basically my thoughts on it as well. It would make no sense for Lithuania, I guess supposedly in cooperation with Poland, to attack Belarus. Because that would be basically the equivalent of just attacking Russia outright. The Lithuanian Crisis Management Center said in a statement that the comments appeared aimed at the domestic audience in Belarus. It also say they could be regarded as continuous hostile provocation and an informational attack against Lithuania, which has nothing to do with reality. I am leaning towards that, okay? I am leaning towards it being nonsense, even though, again, I can't say 100% why one way or the other. But the probability of, in my opinion, my personal opinion, the probability of Lithuania having done this is extremely, extremely low. Okay? Belarus is a close ally of Russia, which has deployed tactical nuclear weapons in Belarus, missiles and troops in the country. Authoritarian President Alexander Lukashenko has repeatedly boasted that Belarus would turn back any attempt by Ukraine of NATO countries to attack it. I think it should be or. I think it should have been that Belarus would turn back any attempt by Ukraine or NATO countries to attack it, not of. Should be or here. Although Belarusian forces have not entered the Russia-Ukraine war, the country has been a springboard for Russian forces that entered Ukraine's north. And I'm pretty sure, at least at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, some missiles have been fired from Belarusian territory. I might be mistaken, but I'm fairly certain that has been the case. I'm pretty certain that actually has been the case. Right? Belarusian opposition leader Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya, exiled in Lithuania, said Thursday that nobody aside from the Belarus leadership had heard about the drone attack on Minsk. It is possible that Lukashenko started believing his own nonsense and disinformation, Tsikhanouskaya added. Yeah. The assembly on Thursday unanimously approved the new national security framework and the military doctrine that were put forward by Lukashenko to regulate the use of Russian nuclear weapons. Those, Lukashenko told the delegates, will allow Belarus to resist any aggressor and inflict irreparable damage on them. Political analysts say this is merely rhetoric and does not indicate plans by the Belarusian leader to get involved in military conflicts. It could be also a ploy to consolidate his power, or to maybe wrestle more control over the nukes on his territory. Lukashenko is increasing the level of bellicose rhetoric in order to please the Kremlin and receive additional funds to fight the common Western threat. Independent Belarusian analyst Valery Karbalevich told AP. Belarus has hosted Russian nuclear weapons, changed its military doctrine, and now expects payment from the Kremlin for this. And Lukashenko's loud statements should serve as a reminder of this, he said. So that's the first article. So I guess now we can sort of look into the reaction of Lithuania itself. Because there's, as far as I know about this whole situation, first there's the accusation of Belarus against Lithuania that it attacked it in cooperation with Poland, because Poland supposedly also produces drones together with Lithuania to attack Belarus. There's the response of Lithuania, and then there's the very, very vague, very recent response by Lukashenko, who said if they dare step even 1 foot into Belarus, we will respond with everything we have, including Russian resources. It just seems so bizarre to me to do something like this now. Like, there are so many theories that you could sort of, like, it could be an attempt to consolidate power by Lukashenko very much, like, because he will say the West is attacking us, Lithuania is attacking us, and only under my leadership will you be kept safe, to like the citizens, to sort of really strengthen his grip on power. But that's just speculation, that's just theory crafting on my part, you know? There's just, we don't know. We cannot know for certain what the reason is for this. We cannot even say 100%. We cannot definitely say 100% as to what happened. We have Belarus's word against Lithuania's word. But I will also add to this that the accuser, Belarus, presented no evidence of its claims, which, in my eyes, makes that whole claim much weaker. Kyiv Independent. Lithuania ridicules Belarusian claim of thwarted drone attack, which is basically an article from yesterday. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the article from yesterday. It doesn't. I don't really think it matters, to be honest. Like the Belarusian elections are such a sham. The Belarusian elections are such a joke that it doesn't even matter. Remember what happened when there was a credible opponent to Lukashenko's rule. She ran instead of her husband. Record levels of people went to vote for her. And it just didn't matter. Because Lukashenko just gave himself 80% of the vote and her like 20. Like it doesn't like Lukashenko doesn't care if people like him. He just writes the vote whatever he wants and he elects himself. That is what happened last time. So the elections don't even matter, to be honest. And that led to a countrywide, basically general strike. And because of the backing of Russia, it didn't mean anything. It ended in nothing. Even though the entire country stood up against this fraudulent election, it just didn't lead to anything because Belarus had the backing of Russia. So I don't think it's about the elections. I don't think it's about any sort of incoming elections, no. I don't think that's it. Because, like, we've seen how blatantly Lukashenko just doesn't care. Doesn't care about what people want or do. If there's a credible threat in the form of a political rival, he'll just give himself the win. That's it. Game over. And very blatantly as well. Belarusian security chief Ivan Tertel claimed on April 25th that Belarus had prevented an attempted drone attack from Lithuania, according to the Russian state-run media outlet RA Novosti. Major Major Ginatautas Tunis, a representative of the Strategic Communications Department of the Lithuanian Armed Forces, promptly denied the unsupported allegations soon after. I can say 100% that this is disinformation. It's nonsense that Lithuania would carry out a drone strike on Belarus. I cannot find any other word for it, Tunis said to the Lithuanian media outlet LRT. Tunis went on to mock Tertel's accusation, saying that such statements from Belarus only bring a smile to my face. So basically, Lithuania is not really bothered by this accusation. Lithuania doesn't really care. I mean, the accusation is really weak, considering that no evidence has been put forward. Zivil Dzgalviene, a spokesperson for the Lithuanian Armed Forces, also denied the claims and characterized them as disinformation. Hostile information activities are characterized by this dissemination of disinformation and false accusations. The Lithuanian Armed Forces have not taken and do not take any hostile actions against other countries, she said. Especially since, like, Lithuania attacking, like, just think about it for a second. Lithuania attacking Belarus would be basically Lithuania is a NATO member. Belarus is Moscow's close ally and has provided extensive support to Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, namely allowing Russian troops to launch their unsuccessful offensive towards Kyiv from its territory in 2022. Like, we have to keep this in mind. I'm pretty sure, again, I've said it just a few moments ago, I'm pretty sure that some missiles have been also launched at some point from Belarusian territory. But I might be remembering wrong, so don't hold me to that. Despite this, the Belarusian military has not directly participated in Russia's war. In response to aggressive military posturing from Belarus, Latvia and Lithuania agreed in January 2024 to build increased border defenses. Belarusian dictator Alexander Lukashenko and other Belarusian officials regularly repeat Russian propaganda talking points and make unsubstantiated accusations towards the West. A lot of accusations towards Poland. Oh, it seems there are new elections coming. So that might be one of the explanations. That it's like a bit too tight in grip on power. Sort of scaremonger against an outsider enemy and sort of tell to the public, I, Lukashenko, am the only person that can defend you against Poland, against Lithuania. We've just thwarted an attack against Lithuania. That I guess it's as legitimate a theory as any, I suppose. That it's a part of tightening the grip on power. But I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure if this part is. I might as well check it out. When's this from? No, this is from April 2nd. So this is around a month before Russia held its presidential elections that were neither free nor fair. Belarusian dictator Alexander Lukashenko held his own election-style event. The Central Election Commission of Belarus, controlled by the country's dictator, claimed an unprecedented 73% turnout. Elections in Belarus, similar to those of neighboring Russia, are little more than a formality. Opposition parties are banned, their leaders are in exile or imprisoned. The people and local authorities know the elections are a sham, and democratic countries issue their regular round of condemnations. But the sham of elections served several important goals for Lukashenko, ruling the country for 30 years with an iron grip. The staged vote was the first step in the creation of a new extra-governmental body, the All Belarus People's Assembly. Yeah, so no, it's just... So that theory is out. That theory is out. That theory is out. The election is over. So it's something else. The whole accusation of Lithuania attacking Belarus, it has nothing to do with the election. The election's over. The election's already been done. Yes, Russia launched Iskanders and S-300s from Belarus. 95% sure about the Iskanders and 100% for the S-300. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've heard that Belarus has been used as a launching point for missiles as well, yeah. So I guess I'm glad to hear that confirmed. So I guess the only thing that is left for me to say is there are a few theories when it comes to this. Like the simplest one would be is that it's just to create confusion and sort of see how the West will react to a provocation like this. The other sort of theory would be that it's to, but I don't know what the point of that is. Like of this, or sort of creating this looming threat of Belarus attacking. Because in the current situation that Russia is in Ukraine, I'm not even sure if it would make sense for Belarus to engage in any hostility. Like, what would Belarus do? Attack the Suwałki Gap? Like, it all makes no sense. This accusation seems so wild and out of left field. Especially now. Like, the only sort of theory that makes sense to me is that it's just to sort of, I don't know, to pander to the local public and to strengthen grip on power. Like, that's the only theory that makes sense to me. This sort of blatant misinformation. Because it feels like blatant misinformation. Belarus has provided zero evidence for its claims. I guess we'll just have to observe this situation, see if there's any more responses or actions taken from Belarus and Lithuania for that matter. We'll just have to see. We'll just have to see how this story develops. We'll just have to keep an eye out for any new developments when it comes to this. In the meantime, if you have any theories as to what happened, leave them in the comments. Or write them in the chat. Alright, so that's one topic. That is one pretty big topic that it seems like not many people that I know of are talking about. Let me check something. Like, not many Ukraine commentators that I know have actually talked about this. Which, I don't know, it surprises me. It surprises me a lot, actually. But oh well. You know? Just feels strange to me. Maybe it's just me. You know? I guess that's just me. So what's happening? Let's go to the next one. Gosh, sorry. If it feels like I'm a little bit low energy, hello Emily S. It's because for some reason I'm very tired. I don't know why. I mean, I sort of know why, but I don't know. I should be more energetic. You know? So yeah. Next topic. Sorry, I apologize. I'm really sorry. Okay, I'll try to get my energy up. I'll try to like okay. We're gonna do a few other segments. We're gonna do a few other topics, and then we're gonna play New Vegas. Does that sound exciting to you or what? Whew. I'm telling you, I did so many wacky antics today. I did many chores. I had to get a thing. I went to some remote part of Warsaw to get a thing, and then it turned out that the shop where I could get the thing, it was just a registered address. So they asked me to get the thing online, and then it's a whole story. And then I had to get a different thing on the other side of the city, and then I had to get my HRT related. It's like, and all the while I've been running around Warsaw with a super heavy bag. So I don't know. It's been a thing. It's been a thing today. But let's take a look at developments, okay? Let's not lose hope. Oh, wow. So it seems, which is interesting, I'm gonna this is pretty big. Yeah. I wonder. All right. Let's see which one I can read this. Yahoo Finance. So there's been recently like this biggest UK aid package to Ukraine, which unfortunately did not include any sort of artillery shells, which is very disappointing. And the UK has positioned itself as an amazing ally. But it also seems that while flaunting the whole we're giving the biggest package ever, we're being such good allies, it seems like at the same time the UK has been buying up Russia's oil. And from what I've read, from what I've seen, the UK has provided more money to Russia from buying oil than before 2022. Russia has made more money from the UK by selling oil than before 2022, than before the full-scale invasion. That is crazy. That is just wild. Because let me remind you, oil is the lifeblood of Russia's war. There is no Russia war without Russia being able to sell its oil. There is none. It is the main source of income for Russia's war effort. So the fact that the UK seems to be W, the UK is buying oil from Russia. How is that a rare W for the UK? Unless there's a super big delay and you're responding for the big aid package. But it's just it's mind blowing that Russia has made more money from the UK than before the full scale invasion. That's just let's read about it because Yahoo Finance. I assume that the Yahoo Finance is not lying, especially since I've also seen articles about it in the Polish media as well. So it's not just Yahoo Finance. It's just the English language source that I've got. Okay, that just happens to be an English language source that I've got on the matter. So it's not just actually like you know. UK continues to import Russian oil despite official ban. The UK imported in 2023 approximately 5.2 million barrels of petroleum. Products derived from Russian crude oil, with jet fuel making up the bulk of these imports at 4.6 million barrels, The Guardian reported on April 24th. By the way, since for now I'm not dual streaming to Twitch, I'm just gonna fix the delay. Like, I have a way to fix if I'm for now streaming only to YouTube, I'm just gonna fix the delay. So from tomorrow, the delay should be significantly lower. The delay should be much, much better tomorrow. Yeah, it's gonna be better tomorrow. Sorry, I apologize. It's gonna be much better tomorrow. So 5.2 million barrels of petroleum products derived from Russian crude oil, with jet fuel making up the bulk of these imports at 4.6 million barrels, The Guardian reported on April 24th. This investigation highlights accusations against the UK of indirectly supporting Russia's military actions in Ukraine by purchasing refined oil from countries that process Russian fossil fuels. Environmental news site Desmog analyzed government data showing that UK imports of refined oil from India, China, and Turkey reached a record $2.75 billion in 2023, a significant increase from $543 million in 2021. This rise comes despite pledges from Ukraine's allies to divest from Russian oil and gas following Russia's invasion in 2022. While the UK officially banned imports of Russian oil products starting December 5, 2022, a legislative loophole has allowed Russian oil to continue entering the UK. The loophole works by allowing Russian oil, once refined in a third-party country, to no longer be classified as Russian, therefore circumventing the trade ban. Oh yes, we're such great allies to Ukraine. We're gonna support Ukraine till the end. We're gonna support Ukraine for no matter how long it takes. What a joke. This is the thing that allows Russia to continue its war. Russia primarily, dominantly depends on its oil sale to be able to finance its war. And it's really, it's just a joke if countries like the UK say, oh yeah, we're with you till the end. We're banning Russian oil. Oh, by the way, we're still buying Russian oil. We're just doing it through a loophole. Business as usual. No, well, not business as usual, actually. Actually, it seems like the UK buys more oil now. So it's not even business as usual. It's worse. It's worse than business as usual. It's much, much worse. Russian oil is first sold to other countries before being redirected to the UK market. Amid these economic entanglements, Ukraine has ramped up its military response to Russia's energy infrastructure. Like, it just makes me so glad that Ukraine is attacking oil refineries. Like, no. And the US told Ukraine to stop, of course. Like, screw you. No. Ukraine is using its own drones and has the right to attack the refineries, especially since countries are using loopholes to just buy up oil. You know? Amid these economic entanglements, Ukraine has ramped up its military response to Russia's energy infrastructure. In March 2024, Ukrainian forces successfully targeted at least 12 oil refineries in Russia, although this figure does not account for additional strikes by the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense's main intelligence directorate. According to CEO of Gunvor Group Ltd, Torbjorn Tornqvist, Russia lost about 600,000 barrels of daily refining capacity as a result of Ukrainian drone strikes. Drones attacked the Kursk, Belgorod, Tula, Berezin, Nizhny Novgorod, etc. So yeah. What do you think? What do you think of this? Isn't it, I don't know. I don't usually use the term hypocrisy much, but isn't it a little bit hypocritical? Isn't there a little bit of hypocrisy to the fact that the UK frames itself as such a great ally, that the UK frames itself as this place that gives the biggest package to date, and yet it pretty much fuels Russia's war effort? And I'm gonna ask a bold question. I'm gonna ask if the UK is doing it, then who's to say what other countries are doing it? Right? If the UK is doing it, then why would other countries also not do it? You know? It just makes perfect sense. Especially since I've already read quite a bit ago about this sort of scheme of Russia refining oil in third-party countries and just selling it further. Just that Russian oil is just entering the market, but it's entering through a roundabout way. It just becomes part of the market. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous that this sort of thing is allowed, and that well, that's Dexmex. What do you expect? Economics always sadly comes first. Well, that's pretty short-sighted economics, I would say. Because if Russia wins in Ukraine and brings the war to Europe, then I'm sorry, the economics in the long term are gonna suffer more than the immediate gain that is being had now from selling the oil. Like, it is a very short-sighted way of sort of it is very short-sighted economics, in my opinion. Like, I don't think it's very smart. It's a very smart way of thinking about economics, personally. Like, sure, there's the immediate gain from, like, the oil, but think about what happens when Russia continues its sort of war after Ukraine. What happens then? Like, countries, states need to learn to think beyond the immediate now, right? It's just that needs to happen. That needs to happen. Also, hello, Dexmax. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. And Alzos as well, welcome. So that's it, basically. That's it when it comes to this. We're just going through these topics like mad. We're going through these topics like mad. I'm just very I don't even want to say disappointed. It's just disappointed probably would not be the best way to put it, but um I I don't know. I don't know. It just seems ridiculous to me. Maybe I'm naive, maybe I'm stupid. It just seems ridiculous to me, to the UK, to play itself up as this great ally to Ukraine and at the same time fuel Russia's war effort against it. Maybe there's something wrong with me for thinking in these terms. But hey, I guess all I can say as a Polish person is to sarcastically say that England has not, for the first time, proven to be a pretty scuffy ally, to say the least. Especially, I just remembered we might as well continue to talk about the UK. Let me see. Also, Ukraine would be wise to stop target economic assets despite being Russian or not. I could further destabilize economy and push other factions countries into war. I'm sorry. That is the best strategy that Ukraine has. Objectively, it's the best strategy that Ukraine has, crippling Russia's economical ability to continue the war. I'm sorry. It is a legitimate strategy. I don't think anybody has the right to tell Ukraine to stop. It is a ridiculous demand, actually, because Russia, no quarters, attacks all sorts of Ukrainian infrastructure, energy, critical infrastructure, hospitals, schools, everything. So let me ask you this, Tex-Mex. Why shouldn't Ukraine be able to attack Russian oil refineries? Why should Russia be able to attack any part of Ukraine it wishes, but Ukraine not at all? I don't think Ukraine would be wise to stop targeting economical assets. I think it is very wise for Ukraine to attack economic assets because those economic assets fuel the war. You have to remember this. Those economic assets fuel the war. It's good. It's good that Ukraine is attacking those oil facilities. It's just good. I'm sorry. It's just a fact. It's just a fact of life. No matter how you slice it. But let's continue talking about the UK. Let me just find the thing. But there are other countries dependent on those resources, not just Russia. I'm sorry. What countries are dependent on Russian gas? I would remind you that officially those countries says banned. That's the whole thing. Officially, all the countries from the West are banning the oil. Yes, if they have to go through loopholes, then this whole thing is just a farce. You might as well just drop the pretense and say, actually, we don't give a fuck about Ukraine, and we're still gonna buy Russian oil. If all those countries are so dependent on those resources, it's a joke. I'm sorry. It's a joke. I've read on the Polish media about how UK is sort of quietly under the table allowing Russian athletes into the Olympics, but we're not going to be talking about it because right now I just cannot find any English language source. I just cannot find any English language sort of anything on this topic, so we're just gonna, yeah. It's just a joke. I just find it ridiculous. Okay, I guess we're done with the topic of the UK for now. We might as well look into some years ago. It's hard to believe. Let's go to some easy content. Okay, let's watch this. This is such low hanging fruit content, but I just cannot stop myself. I just cannot stop myself. Vladimir Solovyov says Russia's borders extend to Mexico. To Mexico. Okay, let's yeah. Let's watch, I guess. This is such easy content. Whew. While this, always watching the Russian media is like a treat to my senses. We rushed to bury the West a bit prematurely.
Немножко
What?
поторопились похоронить Запад. И
I have
я
been saying it for a long time. Where's this? What reality is this person living in? We buried the West too quick. What? What? How? What's happening? What was what?
считаю, при этом я говорил это давно, мы напрасно
We are wrong to underestimate its determination.
недооцениваем его решимость. Карен говорит, что
In the very beginning of the special military operation, oh, I guess he said that in the sense of we buried the West, but the West is still kicking. Okay, I get it. Oh, I get it. I get it. Also, you should all join the page. I feel ashamed that none of you are on the page. I feel ashamed.
Назаров в самом начале специальной военной операции говорил, что не надо
Karen Gorgievich Shakhnazarov said
считать Запад разнеженным, слабым.
that we shouldn't consider the West to be soft and weak. I mean, you probably shouldn't, yeah. That is wise, you shouldn't.
Их
You should study their history and understand.
историю надо изучать и понимать, что это хищник.
This is a predator, regardless of how it appears now.
Каким бы он ни казался сейчас, каким бы извращенным
Damn, a predator. To catch a predator. Basically. To catch a predator.
он не прославился, его звериные
It's animalistic, colonial, utterly cunning nature. This is such projection that I've never seen before. I mean, I'm lying. I've seen it several times before because I've seen the Russian media a lot now. So I'm lying. I'm actually totally lying that I've never seen such blatant stuff before. I've seen it.
гениальная, абсолютно подлая сущность никуда не делась.
Never changed.
Гражданские войны самые
Civil wars are the most cruel and the most frightening.
жестокие, самые страшные. Я бы сказал,
I would say they're of the charts.
зашкаливающие. То, как мы ведем это,
We are not waging this war as a civil war. Yeah, because it's a separate state. It's a separate nation state. So no, you're not waging this war as a civil war. No. Well said. You're not. It is absolutely not a civil war.
эту войну мы ее не ведем как войну гражданскую. Мы не используем
We're not using all capabilities at our disposal. Oh,
все
that's bullshit. I'm sorry. That's cope. I don't believe that. Like, what capabilities are you not using exactly? Can you name those mythical capabilities that you're just not utilizing, that you just could utilize at any moment, but you're just simply not doing it because why? Because what? I don't, whatever. That's bullshit.
возможности, которые у нас есть. И на мой
In my
взгляд,
opinion, this is a colossal mistake. Well, go ahead, use all of your capabilities. Like, this is such cope.
допускаем этим самым
I
колоссальную
mean, you're
ошибку,
not using nukes, but that's
потому что наш гуманизм
our humanism and love of oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mass graves, bombing of civilians, bombing of hospitals, schools. Our humanism and love of humanity
и наша любовь к человечеству
are
воспринимают
being perceived as our weakness.
как нашу слабость.
This is truly the message of the day for a domestic audience. Like, only the domestic audience of Russia could believe such blatant bullshit.
Для Запада мы являемся
We are an existential
экзистенциальной
threat to the West.
угрозой, тем, что мы
We refuse to accept their supremacy.
отказались принимать их главенство, мы бросаем вызов никакой
We are the ones challenging them. Wait! So which is it? Is it the NATO encroachment? Is it the West trying to destroy Russia? Or is it actually Russia being an existential threat to them? And Russia challenging them? Which is it?
не Китай,
Which is it?
и никто еще
Not China or anybody else.
не является главной
The main existential threat for the West.
угрозой
What an ego.
Западу. Потому что на
At
данном
this point in time, we are the only nation
этапе времени мы являемся единственной державой,
that can physically destroy the collective. What a joke.
которая способна уничтожить
What a joke. Destroy the collective West.
коллективный Запад физически. Ни Иран,
Neither Iran nor China are capable of that. It just feels like a comedy show at this point. I'm gonna be honest. It just feels like a comedy sketch.
ни Китай ими не являются. По разным причинам.
For
Но
different reasons.
главное из них то, что ни у Китая,
The main point is that right now, neither China or Iran
на данный момент времени, ни у Ирана и близко нет возможности по причине
currently have the capability to cause
абсолютно подавляющего, уничижающего и уничтожающего
overwhelming incapacitating damage to the US. Oh, he's referring to nuclear weapons, isn't he? But that makes no sense. China is a nuclear power too. And in conventional warfare, Russia has just, I'm sorry, like it just stands no, it just has no chance against the US. No way in hell. I'm sorry. It's just a joke. What a joke. So what is he even referring to here? Oh, hello. Hello, Squidsters. Hello. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. How are you? We're watching some Russian propaganda. We're watching some Russia state TV together and laughing at the comedy because at this point, Russian state TV just feels like a comedy show and nothing else. I don't even know how else to describe it. Welcome, squids. We're doing some... Okay, the plan is, for today's stream, for those who plan to stick around, the plan is we're going to do a few segments, probably centered around Ukraine, because that's my jam. That's my vibe, especially since I'm the country that, should Ukraine fall, is supposedly next. That is what President Zelensky said, that should Ukraine fall, Poland will be next. And I trust President Volodymyr Zelensky. So I have a vested interest in following this conflict and sort of reporting on it. Reporting is a strong word. Commenting on it. I'm not gonna do a Hassan Piker to claim I'm some sort of chaired like reporter. No, I'm gonna be commenting on it, commenting on the conflict. But don't worry. Who knows? Maybe sooner or later this conflict will be here directly in Poland, and then suddenly, magically, through the magic of, I don't know, Russian forces moving to different countries, I'll be suddenly reporting on it, actually. Wow. Wow. So maybe, who knows, maybe I'll end up reporting on the conflict sooner or later. Isn't that exciting? Isn't that an exciting thought? Oh, not Brooks. Would you like to call in today and have your debate with me? Would you like to have that debate with me? You promised me a debate. So maybe after this, you can call in and have a debate with me. I think it's time. I think you should call me and have a debate with me. Because you promised. I hope you remember. I hope you even remember the topic of the debate. I remember. I have a good memory. Okay. Ukraine got the money at least. Yeah, it did. But Polish experts are so negative about the aid. I saw some Polish general that basically said, yeah, the US gave aid to Ukraine. It lasted for a few months or so. Like, very... there's a lot of skepticism and sort of negativity. Star Wars, good or bad, right? No, the debate was about which's the best Nintendo game. What's the best Nintendo game? But we can discuss Star Wars, good or bad. But yeah, the aid is a whole topic we can discuss. Like, the fact that it came so late has a big impact. Like, it cannot be underestimated. Especially since there's been some serious breaches on the front line.
Ущерба Соединенным
Okay, let's continue with this. And then...
Штатам Америки. Никакого другого
there is no other West.
Запада нет.
What does that mean, there's no other West? I mean, West is relative to begin with.
Бессмысленно говорить и
It's pointless to look at Macron and Scholz.
смотреть на Макрона.
I mean, it's not pointless to look at Scholz. Scholz is still refusing to give Taurus missiles to Ukraine. Just saying. Germany is still withholding long-range missiles. Because Germany keeps saying, oh, we would have to send German troops to operate it, and we don't want to escalate, of course.
Шольцев, они ничто. Они
They are nothing.
являются всего лишь привратниками.
They're just bellhops in the palace of American masters. Jesus Christ.
При дворе
I just love Russian state media. It's so unhinged. It's so crazy. It's just so wild that it's like alternative reality, but I know that it's just tailored toward its own sort of little domestic audience.
господина. Это надо осознавать
They're just bellhops in the palace of American masters.
абсолютно четко.
This should be clearly understood. We should realize our borders go all the way to Mexico. That's the title of the video. We should realize our borders go all the way to Mexico. Which, I don't know, I guess Solovyov just likes Mexico. He's just gonna stop at Mexico. Let's just stop at Mexico. Why not take Mexico?
Поэтому нам надо понимать, наша граница по Мексике.
To Mexico.
Наша граница.
Our borders don't end in the city of Chop in Ukraine.
Не заканчивается на Чопе. Наша граница там,
Jesus.
где будет обеспечена безопасность наша граница.
Our borders end wherever the security of our country
там, где будет обеспечена безопасность
will be ensured. So at Mexico.
Опасность нашей
Mexico is the ally of Russia, so Mexico would never attack Russia.
страны. Если необходимо
If we need the Atlantic Ocean, it'll be the Atlantic Ocean.
Атлантический океан, значит Атлантический океан. Но не
But it's impossible to reach these borders. Oh, okay, never mind. It's impossible.
возможно
Never mind, false alarm. It's impossible. Coward.
достичь этих границ, если у нас 150
When our 150 million stand against 500 million. Oh, is this a call to call the numbers through the use of nuclear weapons? I bet it's a call to use nukes. If there's a 500 million, then we stand no chance. But if we use a few nukes, if we lower those numbers, and we could go to Mexico.
миллионов
Like, that's the only implication of this that I can think of. And this guy has on the regular said about using nuclear weapons, so who knows?
противостоит
And that's just on the European continent.
полумиллиарда только на европейском континенте. Это обозначает, что мы должны
This means we should stop being shy.
прекратить стесняться. Видя, как
While we watch the invading armies being prepared.
готовят армии вторжения для того, чтобы, когда
He
им
sounds drunk as well.
кажется, они истощат
For when they think the Red Army is exhausted. Red Army? Are we...
Красную армию авангардными боями.
But it's vanguard engagements with the Ukro-Nazis. Back to the Ukrainian Nazis rhetoric.
Укронацистами нанести
To strike us in our soft underbelly.
нам
You
удар
started the war! You started this conflict! Dude! This is a conflict of your doing! You started this war!
в мягкое подбрюшие. Нанести нам удар
To strike us from the north, to strike us from the west. Drunk and stoned? That is a high possibility.
севера. Нанести нам удар с запада.
Maybe stoned to the, I don't know, maybe that gives him the inspiration to say all these things.
Для этой цели
For that, they will attempt
будут попытки ввести войска польские, как отдельные, в Калининград.
to bring Polish troops into Kaliningrad. I knew it. Poland mentioned. My home country mentioned. I knew it. Thank you. Polish troops, Polish critical troops are any day now. Poland will invade Russia. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Poland is about to invade Russia. In fact, that is going to be the title of the segment based on this. Poland about to invade Russia. There is just no other way. There's no way Poland will not invade Russia. It's already decided. Donald Tusk has already had his secret meeting. It's decided. True.
А следующему
With the next strike, and coincidentally, there have been joint military exercises by Poland and Lithuania by the, near Kaliningrad. So, well, maybe there's merit to what is being said. Maybe there's something to it, no?
ударом я не исключаю. Попытка захвата
I can't rule out they will try to take St. Petersburg. So Poland will attack, Poland will invade Russia and try to take St. Petersburg. That makes perfect sense because Poland has the most powerful army in the world.
Санкт-Петербурга. Вы что считаете,
What? Did you think the Finns have calmed down?
что финны успокоились, они не хотят
You
вернуть
don't think they want to take back the territory
ту территорию, которую считают своей, и
that they consider theirs and then keep moving further? This is such projection. This is the biggest round of projection that I've seen in a while.
идти еще дальше? Все нацистские
We see all of their Nazi plans right now. All of the Polish Nazi plans of attacking Kaliningrad and possibly capturing St. Petersburg. Oh my god. We see all of their Nazi plans right now.
планы мы видим сейчас. По каким
According to which maps is the collective West fighting?
картам воюют коллективный Запад руками
With the hands of the Ukro-Nazis?
укронацистов? По картам вермахта.
According to the maps of the Wehrmacht?
Мы должны
You should realize they are not planning to surrender.
понимать,
Lucy on the forefront of Polish aggressive and impolite behavior.
они не собираются сдаваться, они не позволят сдаться
They will not allow Ukraine to surrender.
Украине. Нет точки, на
As
которой
long as we exist, there's no point where they'll stop.
они
You started this war, dude.
остановятся, пока мы существуем, либо пока
Until we force them to realize in the harshest way.
мы жесточайшим образом не поставим их перед осознанием
The inevitability of their disappearance.
неизбежности их исчезновения.
I do remember the Holodomor. I'll be debating Lonerbox on the Holodomor, unless Lonerbox does the reading and sort of just agrees with me. Because there's this possibility that Lonerbox will do the reading and just conclude that it was a genocide. And then we won't be having a debate because he'll just agree.
Это обозначает
This means the consolidation of our country's will.
консолидацию воли страны
And the harshest decisiveness in carrying out our plans.
и жесточайшую решимость в исполнении наших
He sure likes the word harsh.
планов. Каждый
Every time we say, oh no, how could you say this?
раз, когда мы заявляем, что нет, не надо,
Not the nuclear weapons.
что ядерное оружие, единственное,
The only reason there is no full-fledged invasion
почему до сих пор не произошло полномасштабного вторжения
of NATO hordes on the territory of Russia
натовских орд на территорию России,
NATO hordes
это наличие у нас
is the fact that we possess nuclear weapons. I mean, I will agree with that. That is the reason why Europe and NATO in general has not supported Ukraine with troops. That is true. That is true, actually.
ядерного оружия. Не надо
Let's
считать,
not think we are confronted by the humanists
что нам противостоят гуманисты, которые плачут, читают
who cry as they read Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, and Chekhov.
Достоевский, Толстой и Чехов.
Why those people in particular?
Мы должны
We
освободить
should liberate our constitutional lands. Also, you're like the guy from Crime and Punishment. You're like Raskolnikov. You think you're so great, but in reality, you're quite small. See, I made a reference to Crime and Punishment, which is a pretty good book.
Наши конституционные
I still can say that. I can still say that it's a pretty good book. Are the nukes as much of a paper tiger as the Russian military was? Who knows?
земли, наши русские
Our Russian lands.
земли, никакой Макрон,
No one like Macron, Biden, or anyone else. We are savoring pro-Russian disinfo. That's right. And then I'm going to have a debate with Brooks. I hope Brooks is still here because we're debating.
никто никогда не сможет ни понять, ни победить, ни Байден, ни прочие.
Can never understand or defeat us.
Вот они и
These people on the front line
есть эти люди там на передовой,
are salt of the Russian earth.
соль земли русской.
Sul zemli ruskei. It worries me that he uses the term ruskei instead of Rossiysk.
При этом с
They
чувством
have a feeling of their own dignity.
собственного достоинства, с пониманием.
They have the understanding.
Это не какой-то там
They aren't just there because of some circumstances.
человек, которого обстоятельства нет. Он выбрал свой
No, this man has chosen this path and is following it.
путь. И он идет по этому пути.
The path of a Russian warrior, the path of light. Warriors of light from Russia. It's like Final Fantasy XIV, basically. Like, yeah. One big MMO adventure.
Путь русского воина. Путь света,
That will lead us to victory.
который приведет нас к победе. Сомневаюсь, что
I
Америка
doubt that America will want to enter this game. Ugh. It sort of already has entered this game.
захочет вступить в игру
That will
в
end
результате
with the whole planet being reduced to nuclear ashes. I mean, nobody wants that. The main party that likes to threaten that is Russia.
которой вся планета превратится в ядерный пепел. Как мы,
Including us and them.
так и они. Думаю, они
I
сдадут
think they will abandon Europe along with its interests.
Европу с ее
Yes, the US will definitely abandon its biggest trade partner, Europe. As definitely. That is definitely happening in reality, in the real world.
интересами ради факта
For the sake of preserving their own existence.
своего
That's
существования.
just stupid. I'm sorry. That's not even funny. That's so stupid that it's not, that it ceases to be even funny.
Удары по
Considering NATO's current policies, I believe that
территории стран НАТО, считаю, при нынешней политике НАТО практически
strikes against NATO countries are practically inevitable.
неизбежными.
So I guess Poland is next after all, huh?
Вопрос в их
It's all about their effectiveness and preventative nature.
эффективности и превентивном характере. Лучше
It's better for us to first destroy their cities. How? Let me guess. Nukes? Is it nukes?
уничтожить вначале их города, чем допустить
Then to allow them to destroy ours.
уничтожение наших. Напоминаю,
Let me remind you,
сейчас удары идут по нашим
right now there are strikes against our cities.
городам. Также считаю
No. Like, that's what? I also believe it is necessary
необходимым пригласить для участия в
in
военных
response to the entry of the French contingent.
действий в ответ на, например, заход французского контингента,
We
военнослужащих
should invite the troops of North Korea and Iran. What the fuck?
Северной Кореи и Ирана.
To
Доклад
participate in our military actions.
закончил полковник Соловьев.
Colonel Solovyov hereby concludes his report. Oh my god.
Телеграм-канал
Telegram channel Solovyov.
Соловьев. Доброе утро,
Good morning, country.
страна.
Oh my god. I do not regret doing this. That was great. If you've enjoyed it, press like, subscribe, comment. Comment on what you think. Is he right? Is he correct? Is his political analysis on point? Is he, does he have a point? Right, below, etc. Now let's debate. And now I'm gonna where's Brooks? Where's Brooks? Let's go, Brooks. Come on, Brooks. Call me, or I'll call you. Let's go. Is this you? There you go. I'm calling you. I'm calling you right now, right here and now. I'm calling you. I'm calling you. I am calling you. I am calling. I hope you're here. Is that a guy? It's like a Russian media guy. Hello.
Hello, Lucy.
Hello. Would you like to be on the camera?
I can do camera, sure.
Yeah.
My mic is going to look funny because I had to do a thing, so it's just going to look funny.
It's okay.
That's the way
It
it
means
works.
that I will have what should I say? How should I call it? An advantage against you.
Ah, yes. You will decimate me because of this.
Yes, decimate. So I will remove 1/10 of you.
Yes. Yeah. Fair enough.
See, I know what decimate means. I'm not just some foreigner.
Well, you know how I feel about foreigners, so that's good.
True. So
that was a joke. That was a joke, by the way, for anyone watching. Sorry, I get a little sarcastic sometimes. I've been in a mood because I've been working with a company project that kind of has gone south, and I'm managing it, and it's a whole thing. So it's having a nightmare of time. But this will be a nice break.
I was just about to ask you how you were.
The family's good. Kids are great, which is what matters, really.
Yeah.
Work has been stressful and nightmarish for some time, but hey, when is it not?
True. I've been having my sort of worries, which causes my stomach to hurt, but
yeah, life is what it is.
It's true. How do you know?
So, what is it we're actually going to debate today?
Well, you had 2 topics for me.
Oh, yeah. I think the original one was actually going to be about how I made a comment about enjoying parts of Russian culture or things from Russia that you took exception to because I was being a little flippant when I said it.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was as bad as I think it may have come across. And it'd be worth exploring that because I think it's a fair thing.
I mean, we can explore it, but I sort of feel like we've talked it over a lot, but we
have?
In the DMs, no?
I mean, a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
But I feel unsatisfied with my answer because I still think I'm not happy with how I stated that, but I'm not able to really say how. I don't know if that makes sense.
It makes sense.
I think I was wrong-ish, but I know there's parts where let's say the idea or what I was saying had like a bunch of parts. Some of the parts are just true. Like I was trying to say this thing, but it added this other stuff. But I'm not quite sure how to get at the things.
That's because of the complicated nature of Russia itself, in my opinion.
Very complex.
I don't know how to get you on the screen.
That's okay. I'm not a very attractive person, so that's not a big deal.
Hold on.
My voice is really what matters, after all.
That is true. Still, I would like to have you on the. I think I know. Oh wait, I know. Okay, continue, and I will work it out as I try. Okay, now it should work. Yeah, Yeah, continue.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. You tell me. I don't know if I'm on screen. I don't have you on because otherwise I'll have echoes and echoes.
Oh, I'm trying. I'm trying my best.
If you don't have to, it's not gonna. I'm not gonna be too upset about it.
Yeah.
More just want to discuss because I think the history of it's really fascinating because Russia is. I feel like I'm older than you. I don't want to guess your age, but it's one of those things that like for
Do I
half my
look
life.
old?
No, that's why I said I'm pretty sure I'm older than you.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. I
that
forgive
means
you.
you're younger than me. I'm pretty sure. You
Yeah.
might not be. I don't. I'm shit with age judging anyway. But half my life, Russia was a much bigger thing
Mm-hmm.
for most of it actually, up until like even in the late 90s. Like it's literally half my life is 2000. By the way, that's like half of my life is like right there. Yeltsin and everything fucking happened after was the second half of my life, and so for half my life,
Mm-hmm.
that was Russia. Then one of my really really good friends is a Tartar, a Russian guy from Moscow, and wonderful dude named Ruslan. Probably one of my favorite people. He and his wife.
You are on screen
Um,
now.
and uh, you know, I got to know kind of a lot more about the culture through him. I mean, he's a Muscovite. He's from Moscow,
Right.
and I think most of my familiarity at that point was kind of through him or through what I grew up learning about. And in America, we have a very difficult relationship and history with Russia, to say the least,
Well,
right?
wait till I tell you about. I mean, I'm from Poland, so
Well, true. I more mean from like an informational front,
because
because
in Poland you just basically learn from early primary school about. I mean, you learn history of Poland, so you learn about Russification, you learn about the partitions, you learn about how Poland, the creation of the puppet kingdom of within Russia, etc. So you have all that history. You basically have Poland becoming a nation state for 20 years between World War One and Two, and then just losing its sovereignty till 1989.
well, and in America, we learn none of that. And I'm saying that as someone who, like, my family is part Polish. My
Right.
grandpa is very Polish and proud of it. And I didn't learn any of this shit until I want to say like 5 or 6 years ago. Just to like, it's just the nature of when I happened to come across it. And because our relationship with Russia was really one of their a big evil thing, like all of it, and
So
not
you're gonna
any
have
real
this band
details.
to do first aid if you need be.
Well, it's just a really fascinating sort of my when I say Russian, it's a very large cultural thing because that's really my first integration with the word was talking about the overall culture, which involves, as I've learned and as you have corrected me, involves kind of a lot of other cultures that
Yeah.
Russia went, that's us. Like,
Yeah.
hey, that's our thing. How you doing? That's actually Russian now.
Yeah.
Borscht, that's Russian. That's Russian stuff.
Yeah,
That's
even though
fucking
it's
super.
more
It's like,
broadly Slavic and actually started in Ukraine.
yeah, well, and Ukraine, that's ours too, as they've once again said.
Yeah.
Because like for me, Ukraine, until I was like 16 or 17, Ukraine was a country. I knew its capital thanks to school and Risk. That was kind of the Ukraine for me. Was Risk. Um,
Yeah.
not
And
saying I'm
now
proud
it's
of it.
not Risk
That's
and it's not the Ukraine.
yeah. So it's when you talk about these things, and then I got to know and actually work with, and I visited Ukraine actually a good amount. I got to spend a lot of time in Dnipro, which is on the very eastern front almost.
Yeah.
Um, and
It's where
uh,
the US where journalists go,
it is.
sort of to the east, to the front line.
Oh, yeah, it was really fascinating. Dnipro River goes through Chernobyl down, and the city of the Dniprovchek, I think is how you pronounce it. Um, the friends I made there, I have for a very long time. We went fishing together and ate extraordinary food and drank probably too much. And I
It's the
got to kind
Slavic
of
way to
hear,
drink too much.
well, that's a human way to drink too
Even
much.
though
I don't
I
know.
drink almost none, but every rule has
Yeah,
an exception.
yeah. Everyone else. I've been to Poland. Everyone else is making up for it. Don't worry.
Yeah,
Um,
I know. In
the
Poland, when you work in a corporation, I used to work in a corporation for a bit. Like when the weekend comes, uh, people basically ask, "So where are you gonna be drinking over the weekend?"
when you go there, well, and this is true of a lot of places in the U.S. It's not as hardcore. Uh,
Yeah, the beer
China,
is weaker in the U.S.
China, Japan, uh, any of the sort of Eastern Bloc countries, like in general,
Or drunks,
it
drunkards.
you go drink. You don't like go out and have a couple drinks with people after work. If you're
Yeah.
visiting, they're taking you to drink,
Oh yeah.
and it's an experience. Um, but like this is so I got to learn a lot, and a lot of the fun jokes they tell are very much about Russian appropriation of everything.
Yeah.
Um, and I like they have these, and I'm not sure if they're offensive things to say. I'm just saying this is what lots of people were making jokes about is things like how they even claim like I think it's Brezhnev, like all the great leaders of Russia. He's like they're actually Ukrainian, but Russians want to call them Russian, and I'm like,
Right.
really? Like because I'm dumb. They're like, no,
Like he
it's
was
like they're
the leader of the. I have here, Mr. Like, you have the Khrushchev guy, right?
Khrushchev.
Khrushchev was like the uh, at the
I
top of
think
the Ukrainian
most of their
Communist Party.
most of their best leaders were actually Ukrainians.
Yeah, I have this
Is
little
kind of how these guys argue
underground
it.
printed from 56 speech of Khrushchev
Oh my
on the
God.
cult of, on the cult of the, oh, what's the term in English? Of cult of personality, I guess,
Yeah, it's
and
cult
its
personality. There you go.
consequences is the speech that Khrushchev gave after Stalin died, translated
I
to
love that.
Polish. Just a little addition from 56. And what
But
makes it unique because you probably can get a translation of the Khrushchev speech anywhere now, But what makes this unique that it has the intro from the people that sort of created this booklet with their commentary on the speech as it was fresh. So they basically lambasted it by saying, yeah, sure, Khrushchev is criticizing Stalin, but he's not really attacking the system, is he? There's this guy who basically deported so many millions of Poles, Lithuanians, etc. And somehow he's not criticized, even though among the criteria of deportation, which I find hilarious, is that they deported spies, military personnel, and stamp collectors.
let's be fair. I've had a few friends who were stamp collectors.
Because if you're a stamp collector, then you must
They're
have
not
some
pleasant people.
weird connections abroad. That was the logic.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
Because
I
you have
actually now
foreign
I want to go
stamps.
back and look at the stamps that they had at the time, because there has to be some reason for that. That's a little capricious to be that silly. I like that. So anyway, so my experience in general, when I say, and because I do whatever I say when I say like, because I've been through Russia, Moscow, I do like the people I've met, genuinely.
Well, they're pretty they themselves are,
generally.
I don't know, pretty brainwashed for the most part. I many years ago, I think it was before 2014, I had a
Come to
pen pal.
Oklahoma here in the States and let's drive around. Like, yeah, you're gonna run into that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, in Russia, it's very much amplified by the very nature of the system that you have.
Yeah,
Like I used to have
No,
a
no, I'm not disagreeing. It's
I
they have a propaganda machine internally
yeah,
that's a genuine marvel of everything, and
and I
their
used
rhetoric,
to
like you were just watching, is genuinely fucking wild.
I used to
Like,
have this pen pal that it was before 2014, and we used to get along great. We used to talk about various things, and I once mentioned, yeah, it's like when Russia lost the war against Japan, and she said, no, we never lost that. I was like, wait, what? What do you mean? Yeah, 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 Russia lost that war. No, no, it never lost. It didn't win, but it never lost it. I was like, okay,
yeah.
sure.
Plus, one of my favorite little facts about America is there's the first war has no name. The first war America was ever in has no name, called the Unnamed War. It's actually what they call it now historically because we lost. So, so we got our shit handed to us really badly. It's the reason we formed an army. It's a whole thing. Autumn of the Black Snake. It's one of my favorite books of all time. I always love sharing it, but it's not. But again, as I've been, and I've drank with people, and I am a mouthy drunk. Like, I'm not a quiet drunk, as you may probably guess from my general activities. If I
Right,
have a bunch of beers in me and I really can hold my liquor,
right.
I get mouthy. Doesn't matter where I am, I don't care. I've been in Dubai and said stuff that I'm surprised I didn't end up in a well in the embassy or some shit like that. So, like,
Yeah,
I just do it. And everyone was very like there's almost two sides. This is going to sound weird, and I experienced this. It's unique to, I don't know, I want to say Eastern Bloc countries in general, because there's a conservatism that runs through all of them that is very outward, very, very like, this is how we are. We care about tradition, blah, 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 all that shit.
yeah,
But then, like, 20 drinks in, if I say something off the fucking wall, if
yeah.
I say it right, they think it's the funniest fucking thing ever. Slap my back, buy me another round. They'll say some shit and talk some shit. It's a very whereas here in the States, for example, if I say
Hmm.
some of the shit I've said, I had to have my nose rebuilt because I used to get in so many fights when I was younger because I mouth off at bars when I was drinking.
I had a friend
Um,
at work that used to do boxing, and his nose was in the state that he could press it and it would go flat.
I had mine rebuilt because I actually couldn't breathe through it.
Oh, the colleague at work would just show me, you press his nose and it will go flat.
Pass. Yeah, it's no fun. I have horrifying pictures, by the way, that are hilarious to look at in retrospect. It was painful, it was awful. But more my point, in the States, you say something like that, it's people like, I don't know what the difference is. I don't want to make judgments on people, but it's
Hmm.
different. I found it very pleasant. Now, I know they're more conservative. I knew the bars I was at, people were not anti this or that, and I was very open. They laughed about it. Um, there's an odd cynical nihilism to their beliefs that I almost appreciate, that I experienced there very uniquely. It extends throughout. It's a lot of Eastern Bloc countries have. Poland absolutely has it too. Kiev, I experienced it. Um, it's a really sort of interesting. I don't know. I just found it interesting. I found it enjoyable because it meant, like, people believe what they do, but they're kind of also aware that they believe what they do, and so it's an odd mix. I found that enjoyable. Now, to your point, I've said that in the past. I've been like, yeah, I love Russians. But it may
Hmm.
not. Eh, it's because I do lump a lot of people together when I say that, because it's more of a, like, it's a Slavic thing, and I don't know why. For some reason, it's easier for me and less emotionally difficult to say it's the Russian thing. When I say Slavic, it feels like I'm almost saying a slur, and I'm not sure why. Like, there's an emotional resonance that's a little different. And I don't, again, I'm more just sort of exploring this aloud and probably getting canceled over it, but I just think it's really fascinating.
Well, in Polish you say Słowiański, Słowianie, etc. From the
Well, it's
Polish word
it,
for word, słowo.
it's a fascinating difference. But again, all the stuff I love, I'm very aware it tends to come from Poland and other areas, and a lot from Ukraine. Um, I find there's cultural differences, but again, I found out recently, like, this old. Uh, if I were to say I loved Russian cinema, no, really, No, maybe not. Maybe it's at the time it would have been called that, but maybe we
Also,
can call it like
also keep in mind that as a book that's in English written by a Ukrainian author that I'm going to be starting reading seriously soon said, keep in mind that Ukraine and Poland, technically speaking, have been a single country for longer than Ukraine has been a part of Russia.
right. Well, and again, um, this is where you get into that really fascinating way that history works, because not in my life, right? I think like that sounds terrible. I'm an American, but it's in my lifetime. No, it's been about half as long. In the timeline of reality and other people's histories and multiple generations, you're the spot on. And so it's this kind of weird, my experience, my ability
Yeah,
to reference the
because of the
thing.
whole Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that existed.
And especially when you talk about like the US and how we regard other countries for a very long time. And I used to make this joke, it's like it's us and them, like US and
Right.
them, because
Us,
that was
US.
that's how the US handled things. It was like as just that's over there is like Asia. It's Asia. It's like one big
Wow.
thing.
Just
And
like
it's like
just like Western
it's
Europe used to treat the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as Asiatic in nature.
yeah. And I think as Sister Godiva says, talking about ethnicity to me feels worse in some ways. It's a thing again. It's an American thing. It's a very American thing because um, we don't really have ethnicities regarded the same way as they are in other countries.
Hmm.
People who live in other countries, they're able to sort of talk about, their almost family land or where they've lived or where their grandparents live.
Although
I
that gets more complicated as well because
Yeah, but you
before
can at
the
least
emergence of nation states, that sort of thing was sort of not a thing either. The ethnicity thing sort of emerged together with the nation state as well.
the town hall in the very small town where my grandfather lived burned down and then was flooded. We don't know any family records beyond that.
Right.
Done. And everyone since has lived in a different city than their parents.
Right.
So there's a disconnection to it. Also, where a lot of ethnicities sort of thrown together, and so calling me Polish or Swedish or Irish
You're
or
Polish,
French.
partially.
My grandfather was, and then Pennsylvania Dutch on my other dad's side, and then French on my grandmother's side, and then Irish, and it's all.
And I
But
expect that you speak all of these languages as the polyglot that
I
you are.
I I I don't. I barely speak English. Um, I don't speak any languages except for English, and I read French. I'm learning to read French, but
Oh.
that's more for myself. But it's a really
I still owe you
sort of
that book. I
weird.
still have it.
I found a digital copy and I have translated it, and I am
Okay.
slowly I've read it. We should talk about that in another stream because it's
Yeah,
one of my favorite stories I've ever read. That the world, it's awful. The world doesn't know about it,
I
and I
know.
started figuring
It's
out
really
why.
great, isn't it?
Yeah, the writer who wrote the book though and did a little documentary is like way up his own ass about wanting to make a movie himself, and like he won't let other people touch. It's a really weird thing. It's kind of it's its own. I find stories like that fascinating, how people sort of work against themselves.
Yeah.
But the story is amazing and it can be told
The
by
drag
anyone. And
queen soldier that fought against the Nazis.
I the idea that I don't want it's almost unspeakable how extraordinary the story is. I was just in my head like thinking, how has Tarantino never heard of this and made something? Like, because
Yeah.
it's just the most extraordinarily violent,
Well, that's
sexual, interesting, odd back and forth. And
the answer to that is basically because the stories of those people were just buried.
we erased homosexuality as a victim from the Holocaust. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're doing good work to change that, and I think more work can be done. And it because it's not just that. I think there are stories. I want to hear stories of everyone who was a victim, because I think
The pink
how
triangles.
these things happened and how these things worked is fascinating to no end, because it's one of those things that again, I'm an American. Thanks to Israel, and the work over the last like 40 years of my fucking
Oh,
life.
Poland especially buried the stories of the pink triangles. Like
Oh God, yes.
there's this author of a book, Dem, that I'm still reading, still haven't finished, and she starts the book with saying that years before she went on a tour to the victims of the Holocaust, victims of Nazi Germany, and she asked the sort of the guide, "So who are those people with pink triangles?" And he said, "Well, there were not many of them. They were mostly German. They were basically predatory against other inmates. Hardly victims, really." So,
It's one of those things that here in the US we've never dealt with slavery. We really haven't. And Germany and others pretend like they've reckoned with the Holocaust, and they have maybe to some extent. But I think until you really do a real mea culpa, you really spend the time to go, hey, what happened? How bad was it? Mentioning the Romas, for example, mentioning communists and atheists and socialists.
oh yeah,
Like
the
the idea
Poraimos,
that
yes?
all of these people, whether it's ethnic or ideological or by birth or whatever, the idea that you can find, and there's smaller groups still. I have a phenomenal read. I One sec, I'll show it off
Okay.
because I can't believe I found it.
But
The
I
weirdest
would
shit.
say that at least the Holocaust is being talked about. The Poraimos is almost never mentioned.
I would agree. I mean, there's a lot. Well, there's a once you go to that point, you're talking about there's layers and layers.
Yeah, but the
This
Poraimos is basically like it was happening alongside the Holocaust. Like the Roma people were the people that basically were sentenced to the same fate as Jewish people, but it's not discussed nearly as much.
so for me, a lot of the thing I'm most interested in is actually less the events itself and more how they got to that point, because
Mhm.
what's produced, I think we know about, and there's people doing amazing work. The more I look into, hey, what started this? There's not a lot of work done.
Mhm.
And so there's this, which I've really enjoyed, Weimar Republic Sourcebook. It is these guys just basically got together and they found everything they could that's like published newspaper or magazine articles of the time or excerpts from books and pamphlets,
What's the
and they
time
just put it
period?
together from one second, I want to get right, 1918 to 1933.
Okay. Because I know I've read some books of foreign correspondents that I've read their books from the time when they went to Germany in the 30s and how they described how Nazi Germany was in the 30s.
This is kind of that, and it's really fascinating because it's like, for example, they have a piece from Carl Schmidt on the contradiction between parliamentarism and democracy, first published as preface to the 1926 edition of whatever, some German fucking book, printed in 1926. And it's just him writing about, here's what we're facing today. Basically, anytime someone says that kind of phrase, it's in here. And this book, and there's like 3 or 4 others, but there's not a lot of work done on what was the
Mhm.
water before the boil. That's I think, like, what is the forces that were at play on it? What was the things pushing on it?
And
How
there
was
are
it
many
working?
sort of elements, like even the Herero and
No,
Nama
of course.
genocide was sort of like some people call it the blueprint to what happened later. Even though it doesn't directly sort
But
of connect,
but
but
again, for me, it's the entirety of the German people allowing this to happen isn't a thing that like ends up from one person. I don't believe in great man theory. It's a lot
well,
of
the entirety of German people allowing is also a bit of a simplification, but
if the majority of German people had said no, it would have stopped.
yeah, but it wasn't as openly known as one might assume. After all, the majority of it happened in Poland, for one.
True, but also the rhetoric wasn't. The rhetoric matched what was going on, even if they were able to not. But the
Sort
disconnect
of. It
they
was
can
like
make.
it was very like it's like what Marian Turski says, the Polish historian, the Polish Jewish historian, the survivor of Auschwitz, that it's like was sort of this slow process of um, the Jewish people were not able to sit in certain benches, and he gave an example of this sort of lady that very gently sort of would say to a Jewish person, "Oh, this is not your bench. This is your bench," and she didn't mean any harm. She was just like, according to the rules, I'm just, I'm just giving you a heads up that you're probably breaking some rule by doing this. She meant well, and Marian Tursky sort of said that little did she probably know that her behavior was a lead up, basically, to what would come later, this sort of slowly getting used to Jewish people being treated differently, being treated worse, etc., etc. That she would probably, if she would be told at that point that that would be a lead up to gas chambers, she'd probably be horrified, And then the society is slowly sort of getting used to it. It's like
And it's those steps that I find fascinating, because one of the things that isn't studied specifically, and now we're getting to the thing that I care about, is the opposition. So we don't really ever hear about, because there's stories like that. There's all these stories of people who did things that did lead and sort of made their way, but there was counterculture, like that existed. It's not like everyone was just like, oh, that's cool.
yeah,
Like
of course.
there was that, but we don't hear about it. In fact, it was very common. It was very common in Germany for Nazi rallies and communist rallies to be sort of near each other, and for people to kind of go between them as if they were
And
Nazis and communists,
like
maybe.
that's how those reporters discovered many people that there was this, and it was in the 30s, so it's not hindsight 2020 situation. They went there and described in the 30s what was happening, that there was this atmosphere of tension, unease, even discomfort with the whole salute thing, etc. It's not like, it's a bit more complicated than
No,
is
it's exactly that. And as I've started to look for books, for stories, for historical work on it, for ethnographies or anything like that, there's very few that are contemporaneous. There's a lot of after the fact, and I don't really enjoy, like, after the fact things as a read for me historically are
although
not as interesting.
it's good to look for like books from reporters that went there at the time.
Yeah, because if it's after the fact, then people are able to go, oh, look, this must have led. And it's like, no. So here are two really fun ones I found. There's this one, which is The Fascist Government of Italy. It's a book written contemporaneously by a political science professor. And one sec, I want to get the year right. It's not on the cover, sorry.
Now we're doing history. Finally, I have an opportunity to be a history streamer.
1936, The Fascist Government of Italy. And it is a very dry and boring book about, like, the first time in Italian history, church and state are practically separated. Cavour's ideal, it's like very dry academic, but it's like, oh, here's how they handle labor disputes. Here is the tax services, and here is the tables of what you do. I love shit like this, because it's like, oh, here's how income and expenditures worked for taxation amongst these people. And so you can start seeing, because of course, if he did this one, he did this one too. And it's, holy shit, the most dry reading of, like, because again, this one's 1935 or 6. I don't know if you can see it, but this is the government.
Listen,
and here is the entire, I love shit
even
like
the
this.
driest book, once you're in the right mood, becomes a great adventure.
Well, it's like because I didn't realize, for example, the Hitler Youth was not some program externally. It was held by the national youth leader, who reported directly into the deputy leader, who was under the chancellery. Like, the bureaucracy of these things is utterly fascinating.
Yeah.
Because it's one of my things I love is the banality of evil is one of my favorite books on the entire thing. And it's when you talk about the bureaucracy of how it happens, how paperwork moves, how all these things happen. That's where you start to see, in my mind, you can start to see the sort of pieces falling into place, and also see the counteractions when people are speaking against it, and how.
Of course, many people have this misconception that Hitler was this big, strong boss who everybody just bowed to, when in reality he was like this he was doing this balance act between sort of putting different sort of sub bosses like Goebbels and Himmler, etc., against each other, so they fought for their own uh, spheres of influence within their own cabinets, while sort of balancing it with Hitler, etc. It was like a more of a delicate balance than the absolute rule of Hitler. I'm pretty sure Hitler could not just do what Stalin did, for example, just purge them and thank you very much.
You want to say
Replaced.
hi to Daddy's friend? No? Okay. Sorry. You want to come play some Ultimate Chicken Horse? All right, I can come play in a minute.
I do like Ultimate Chicken Horse.
Ultimate Chicken Horse is great. So I kickstarted it and I put him on it about a year ago. My son's 6, and he super got into building. Like if a game has a map maker, he's there. Like it's his favorite thing. And Ultimate Chicken Horse is a map making game, so
yeah,
of course.
And then you have to go through the thing that you build.
And it's very clever. They didn't go as far as they could have, but it's very, very good.
But yeah,
right.
as I've
Enough
said,
heavy shit. Time to fight. Right now, best Star Wars movie. Which one is it?
The one that I've seen most as a child. I've seen it over and over and over and over.
Episode 4.
A New Hope.
Yeah, A New Hope is the only good Star Wars movie. That's correct.
Like that's like
Oh,
I've been
there
a
we go.
child. There was a period in my childhood when I've seen A New Hope, and that was the only Star Wars I've seen for years. I've never seen any other Star Wars movie, and then I've seen the
too
rest.
much Star Wars. If I can recommend, the other movies are fine. Everyone loves them.
I've
don't
seen
really
them,
care for
but the New Hope is the one that I've seen.
It's a masterpiece.
That
It's
I've
a
heard,
masterpiece. Of
and
what-
also it works as a standalone movie. It could just end.
well, it's because it was supposed to.
Yeah.
Um,
It has an
he
ending. It
originally
has
didn't
an
have a
end
trilogy.
ending. They get medals.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, the story goes, and I fucking love shit like this. He finished, and they came to him and said, "We want more," and he said, "Oh shit, I don't have more written." So he hired a woman to write new stories, and she wrote basically the plot of the next 2 movies. But he decided he didn't like her, so he fired her and put his name on the scripts, changed a few things, and now she's gone basically from history.
Jesus.
The Clone Wars animated series, the first one by Gindi, who did Samurai Jack, he did Primal,
Which
master.
Samurai Jack ended many, many years later.
Yes, but his Star Wars is one of the best cartoons ever made. And I'm not for a Star Wars cartoon, period, as a cartoon. It is a masterpiece. I have a copy. I'll send you completely legally, I promise, somehow.
Yeah, I
but I'll
actually
send it
never
over.
seen
Great.
the Clone Wars cartoon. I
Yeah,
know I should be
there's
ashamed,
one-
but I've never seen it.
No, and most people haven't.
But I've
Gindi
heard
got
a
the
lot
right-
about it, and I've even seen clips.
Well, see, have you seen the animated one or the 3D animated one?
Good question.
Because Gindi, who did Samurai Jack, it looks like Samurai Jack's Star Wars. It's beautiful. And it got so popular, lo and behold, they canceled it because it became such a big deal. It was called, people associated with Gindi, not George. So they canceled it, and George started Lucasfilm Animation right afterwards and made what is kind of an abortion of a 3D movie as well as a series. I'm not a fan of almost anything else Star Wars. There's some comics that are great, some books that are very good.
I am
but
biased,
Star
and
Wars-
I think that hand-drawn animation is the best type of animation. But
Well, that's because it is.
yeah,
That's not really a debatable thing.
no, it's not
anyone who
for
would
me.
disagree with that. You do
Especially,
what you have to.
especially since I consider myself a bit of an animator myself.
I fault nobody for using whatever tools they have to. So if time is just the way it is and you have to put in CG or whatever,
Right.
fine. I don't fault anyone. But if you
Right.
can,
Observe.
hand drawn,
even-
there's nothing like
probably
it.
noticed that
Right.
my profile picture on Discord is animated.
Have you seen Redline?
No.
The animation?
Red Line? What is it about?
It's a like an anime racing thing.
Oh
It
no,
is
then no.
it's like my favorite. It's one of my favorite hand drawn. Just the style. It's like I grew up. Heavy metal was like one of the big animated things. Couldn't believe it got made. It's like this crazy
Are you a KOTOR
visual
fan?
like fest. Uh, Knights of the Old Republic, of course.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
played it on the Xbox.
Coder's good. Coder 2's fine. I'm not as big into the extended universe of all of it, but I really enjoyed the games more because, honestly, because of the people who made it, by the people behind it, especially Obsidian, who I happen to be friends with a few people there and all that. It had the pedigree from the original Fallout, for God's sake.
Oh, I should play the original Fallout games on stream at some point. The 2 games.
You should, because they're very, very, very good.
I mean, I've played the second Fallout the most of all Fallout games.
Me too. Fallout 2 is one of those. I have very few games that I have like rose tinted glasses for that I wasn't aware of. I went back recently. I played Fallout 2. Fallout 2 is a masterpiece, except when it's terrible, which sounds awful to say, but there are things in there that like I like almost put out of my head. Where it's
To
like,
be fair, it's an old game.
They're no.
No, it's not an excuse.
No, because it's Fallout 1 doesn't do the same shit. There's a mission in Fallout 2 of like a dog finds you, like Lassie, and takes you to Timmy who fell down a well. I want to fucking like. I hate that.
Okay, I get it.
I came across the fucking bridge where the guy goes, "You may pass if you answer these questions 3. What is your favorite color?" And it's like, oh fuck you. I get it.
But you can get a car.
The parts of Fallout that are brilliant, and it's mostly brilliant. And it's amazing. One of the lead designers, Fergus Urquhart, who's the CEO of Obsidian, and Fergus is genuinely a wonderful, warm, amazing human being. I've been fortunate to get to know him over the years, and he is, and I mean that. I don't say that about a lot of people in games. A lot of people in games are fucking cocksuckers, but he's great and just a wonderful, like, cares about all his people, cares about everyone who works for him, cares about the projects he makes.
Bethesda decided that it would make better Fallout games.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean they let Obsidian made New Vegas.
Yeah, and it's better than 3 or 4, so.
Yeah, it is.
So no, I was saying that sarcastically when I said that Bethesda decided it's going to do better Fallout games.
This is where you get fun. Is now they're all technically the same company. So.
Yeah, and yet New Vegas is still the best one of the 3D.
Well, they haven't had a chance to do the next Fallout.
Yeah, but I know Bethesda.
But that's my point. Is Obsidian and Bethesda are the same company now.
Yeah, but it's not guaranteed that they will hand over to the Obsidian
but
team.
after, did you play the Starship game that they just put out?
No,
that was awful. Like it's the most Bethesda game a Bethesda game can be, and it's really awful. Like genuinely terrible. Fallout was so good though. Goddamn, Fallout was good. Fallout Tactics was great. I don't care what anyone says. Fallout Tactics was even good. Have you played any of the mods? No. You son of a bitch. This dude who is outside of Moscow, I think all of his mods are originally in his language, and I think he translates it to like a few other Slavic languages.
Polish?
They're the best mods on the planet, and I have to sit and wait until the English version comes out. They're amazing. The stories are good. It's in the Fallout universe, and it's in Fallout 2's engine. So just a thing to look for. I'll send over a few links.
Thank you.
So great. Like, because I really love Fallout 2 did a thing. Fallout 1, I think, did it as well, but Fallout 2 did it better. Of this weird feeling of like, I can do anything.
Yeah.
But I don't want to. Like, I never got upset that I couldn't, like, fly like an eagle or anything, but it felt like if I wanted to figure out a way I could, but I didn't want
to. A jetpack.
Yeah, but it like kept you angled in the right directions, but you were free to do so very much.
Yeah.
I became a prostitute for a while.
That is
Um,
something that basically the Bethesda Fallout games take away.
oh yeah, no, they don't want you to.
Like the
They don't.
biggest the
They're
biggest
terrible.
sell of the Fallout games, I'm pretty sure you can do it in 1, 2, and New Vegas, that you can just finish them without really firing any shots.
Well, but again, for me, all of those games, they're stories. They're story games. Fallout 2, the story is irrelevant. Like genuinely, if I were like most people I've asked, what is the story of Fallout 2?
Well, the
And
story of Fallout 2 is that the old government wants back, wants to be back in the game.
that's a story of Fallout 2. This is why I really like that game. The Arroyo is falling apart, and you need to go do thing X. Or it's the master and his goo have sort of semi-returned. Or is it like, and you just start seeing these sort of, it's all these different power structures that
Yeah,
exist, and
it's a
they
lot
all,
about the choices.
it's amazing that way. And whereas, and I think Fallout New Vegas is probably the best of the new Fallouts. I thought Fallout 3 did a fine job.
Mhm.
4, I couldn't really stand very long.
Fallout,
But
everybody just sits and crafts their little bases, and that's
well,
mostly
and
what people do.
that's what it is. And so when you end up with Fallout New Vegas though and 3, they're stories, a story specifically.
Hmm.
And I'm not faulting the designers for that. Like it's just the way they did it. But Fallout was never about a story. That's actually the thing that makes it what it is in my mind.
Well, that was more role play.
It was exploring.
Hmm.
Yeah. There's not a lot of games that really let you do it the same way Fallout did.
Hmm.
But those mods are good. The mods are good. We're checking out. Beyond that, it's like Stalker is the only other game that kind of comes close to that.
Stalker. Have to play it more on stream.
Stalker's so good.
Have to play it more on stream.
God, I love
I
it.
started playing it on stream, but I have to play it more. I do believe I won our debate, though.
You did. You were victorious, and it was because of my microphone. I'm going to blame it on that, and I'm going to bow out and claim that I failed miserably, and I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you for this.
Always lovely, Lucy. May you do well, and enjoy the rest of your stream.
Thank you.
I'm going to go play Chicken Horse.
Bye-bye. Ultimate Chicken Horse.
Ultimate Chicken Horse.
Yeah. I've played it
All
a
right.
lot with friends. Bye-bye.
It's great. I'll see you soon.
See you. Where was I? That's the Brooks and okay, that's it. So I believe we've had a how long have we been Lucy One Easily? True. You should all join the page. You should all subscribe to my channel. Also yeah, damn. I've been streaming for 4 hours, 40 minutes. Lucy, you're a superb debater. Thank you. Thank you very, very, very much. So I believe we might be finishing the stream soon, since we've been streaming for 4 hours, 40 minutes. And I have still chores to do. I have still things to do. I hope to see you tomorrow. I hope to see all 19 of you tomorrow. I hope you've tasted a bit of the Lucy Haza experience, and I hope you like what you've seen. Do you like what you see? That is my question that I pose to all of you. Do you like what you see? And if you do, then consider becoming a regular viewer. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'll see you tomorrow, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. A good night, love and solidarity, and We love our non-binary siblings. Yes. Good night. Good night.